hold you.
To your legs hurting, running for the hills. I'm on the hills, keeping heads turning. Sitting for the field one. I remember that when I'm in my back. It ain't where you from, it's where you at. Where you at? Got a toe tag, yeah, body bag, yeah. Your body chopper shooting hats every time I'm at.
And things are right, you just know. There is something in your eyes that brings me home.
'Cause I'm lost in the silence between you and me. Now you're gone, nothing's left over used to be.
Couldn't stop the world from turning. It was like a whirlwind scattered us like leaves. Yesterday, by the way, melody stuck inside your head.
And we both know.
Then the rain came and your voice gone. We write our names in the sand.
Take me through the night, falling to the dark side. We don't need the light, we're lit all the time.
Tonight is not forever. At least we are together. I know I'm not alone. I know I'm not alone.
We were young, posters on the wall, praying we're the ones that the teacher wouldn't call. We would stare at each other, 'cause we were always in trouble. Falling to the dark side.
That's okay, that's alright. Go ahead and move away from me. I swear, even in my sleep, I hear like the memory of everything we started.
To the dark side. I was a little girl, afraid of the big white world. She grew up within her castle walls.
I see those tears in your eyes. I feel so helpless inside.
But I know you know me too well. But it's alright, you're like heaven and hell.
Take it up an elevation. I'll stand on the highest peak. You never doubt my dedication. I'm here till eternity.
What's the truth? I wish I knew. I'm so done with thinking through all the things I could have been, and I know you wanted to. Swear these walls are upside down. Swear the roof is all around. I wish that my was made stone. By your side, a pretty little piece of
Alright, how about now? Am I still muted? Sorry, we were playing around with my settings. No? No, I am, or no, I'm not? Oh, okay. Fucking thanks. We were playing around with my settings yesterday because we were trying to record some reactions for a video that an upcoming video that I want to work on. So that's probably why everything is all out of whack. So just remind me to change that back. I guess that's what that was. All right, sorry about that. Yeah, okay. So my good streamer friend of mine, Fox Gaming, or FG Rolls as most people are gonna know him by, read my story on stream the other day. And I thought, oh yeah, this is perfect. I thought it could be fun. I thought it could be fun to react to it, and answer some questions that he had. And also I updated my story yesterday, exclamation point story. Oh my god. If you didn't know, I sent out a message in the Discord. So this covers chapters 1 through 6. This was before I updated it. You can see here, there's now 7 chapters. 469 hits, nice. And it was updated yesterday. So, yes, I have it open, just in case. So that was updated yesterday. More I need to catch up on? Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to play some background noise because I don't know how he does it, but there's no music playing in the background of his stream. So I'm going to just play some Persona tunes. It's going to be a little quiet, but that's fine because we need to be hearing this. All right. Yeah. Let's just get on to it, I guess. And again, huge shout out. Let me give him a shout out real quick. FG Rules. Yes, go follow him. What an actual legend you are, my good sir. Thank you so much for doing this. I would like to I want to get him in here, but I can't promote myself in his Discord. Apparently he doesn't know that I'm a streamer. It's fine, but and I was thinking of DMing, but I'm always scared to do that. So yeah, I sent you this the other day. Yeah. So we're just gonna not, if anyone else can get him in here, that would be nice. All right. Yeah, that is true. Well, now we can watch it together. All right, you guys will have to let me know how the audio is.
Okay, so what is the goal for today's stream?
How is that? Can you hear him fine?
Well, this is something I have been promising to do for a while, and I have put it off a lot of times. For those of you guys who do recognize the name, you will I think this is going to be really fun.
You can hear him well? Okay.
If you don't, Starly is a member of our
Let me turn him up a
community.
bit.
They pop in every once in a while, usually during my Just Chatting streams.
There you go.
And
how's that?
honestly, we have a lot of fun talking to them. It's really great to be able to talk to someone about storytelling. And I often have a blast with it. And this is a story they have written. This is an original story. It's not a fan fiction. So I've been promising for a while that I would sit down and I would read this.
I do appreciate him using they them pronouns when he doesn't know genders. He's louder than you, but you're a quiet person anyways. Wow. All right, I'll turn it down a bit then. I do appreciate the fact that he uses they them pronouns. Fox, if you're here, I am a she her. It's fine. I didn't mind it at all. But yeah, just so you know, I am a she/her. Just getting that one out of the way.
And so what I think it would be fun
I
is for
see.
us to read it together on stream. Which
Do you guys
I'm
want
gonna
me
go
to
grab a link to this.
Ah,
I'm
there
gonna
we go.
Post it in chat, so if you
All right,
wanna
we can
like
still
read
have
it on
chat
your device,
right
you
there on the
can.
side, and you guys can see it really good.
In any case, so I've been promising I would read it for a while, and so I figured it would be fun if we read it on stream together.
Also,
And this way, at the end of each chapter, we all can kind of.
I also have so I have this on a separate window. It's not my normal window, which is why I have this open on the side, and I also have. It always takes forever to load this darn thing. There we go. The Wheel of Death. Oh, don't look at this. Don't look at this. Oh god. Okay, there we go. We have the Wheel of Death as well. So if you feel that you want to spin it as we go, it's right here and it's ready. All right, there we go.
Like stop for a second and maybe give Starly some feedback. I will of course leave a review at the end of every chapter.
He did
I have
not.
already reviewed the first chapter, so I don't need to do that this time.
He did not.
But let us begin.
I only got a review on. Puck ain't here, so I don't think we will. That is true. He only left a review on chapter 6. And I feel that if he did start leaving a review chapter by chapter, I would have actively noticed, because when I got the email saying that there was a new comment, I thought it was the one from last time, because I never got an email from that one. So I was like, oh, AO3 is just quick on the uptake, I see. But no, it was a new one. So I feel like if he was posting them chapter by chapter, I would have noticed, and I actually would have came to stream. I was like, I don't know if I was busy, but I just didn't notice. I didn't know that he was going to be doing this. So I'm really sad that I missed it. Is it just you and me? I don't know, Owl. Is it? I don't think so. Anyways. I'll also be like reading.
A Tale of One Shadow.
Oh god.
By Starly 120.
All right.
Let's start off with the summary and let's see what we got here.
All right.
Damon Rose had heard many stories about the being that resides in the forest. Some said it was haunted by a vengeful spirit who stole away children in the night. Others said it was a monster. A big, scaly monster with long teeth and razor-sharp claws that ate anyone who came near. Most, however, said it was a demon, a humanoid figure to lure them in, only to reveal their curled horns and devious eyes, to burn their souls away in the hellfire
But
that
it's a
clung
hot
to their
anime
inhuman
girl.
body. Anyone who stepped foot into the forest was said to never come out. The last bit was untrue. After all, Damon and his twin Dante went in, met the monster, and
Is
made
she
it out
more cute
alive
than
to
hot?
tell the tale.
Is she more cute than hot? Hold on a second. You think so? Oh, that's cute. Snake. That's a snake. It's fire. Ah, here she is. You think this is cute? Huh? You think this is cute, bucko? It's okay, I think she's cute too. We're gonna use this as our image over my face when I have to unplug my laptop, because I don't have one of those on this layout. There we go. Oh shit, there she goes. Okay, there we go. Alright.
Won't lie. I will say, Starly, if you ever come back to watch this VOD, You are so much better at summaries than I am.
Oh. Okay. So he's gonna point this out when he starts chapter 2, but I am not that good at summaries. I struggled with a summary for this. I think it was the hardest part when it came to uploading it to AO3 was thinking of the summary. No, not the fact that I had to rewrite chapter 1 5 times. No, that was the easy part. Coming up with the summary was the hard part, and I'll explain how I came up with the summary when he starts reading chapter 2.
I am absolute garbage at summaries. So I think this is really good, especially
No, it
because
was
you
more than
haven't
5
written more than
times.
6 chapters. So having this good of an idea of what your story is going to be about is always a plus. Absolutely love it. And it's attention grabbing. So I don't think it would have too many problems picking up new readers.
He also
Which
didn't.
I
He
honestly
also
don't think it
didn't
has.
read my
You've already got
author's notes.
460.
I think he read like one of my author's notes. Yeah, because I started working on it when I was around 14 or 15. Believe it or not. No, I don't think I'm gonna share that one with you guys. Yeah, it took a while for it to find its own identity, but you know it, yeah. But I do think that this is my most. I think this version of chapter 1 is the one that I'm most proud of, 100%. He doesn't read my author's notes.
61 readers.
I'm very
so
sad.
Or at least it's been read 461 times. So that's amazing.
Also, that's not what hits mean. It means it's been clicked on at least 461 times. Now it's been clicked on 469 times, which is nice. But that doesn't mean that it's been read that many times.
Chapter 1. Monster. It was a day Damon remembers often. It began as an ordinary day. A day like millions before it, and millions that would come after it. However, when a strange rumor had begun to pass around his 4th grade class like wildfire,
Nope.
this
That's too
particular
loud.
day
Shoot.
started to become less than ordinary.
Stop.
Hey, have you heard? There's a haunted house in the forest. What? Really? Yeah, and I heard if you go inside, you'll get possessed by ghosts. Whoa, that's scary. I know, right? He didn't believe it. Or at least, he tried to. It sounded like a bunch of bogus to him. Ghosts and
Alright,
possessions.
that's fine.
That didn't stop his raging curiosity. He always wondered why he was never allowed to go in the woods. I don't know. Sounds fake to me. The other boys in
A
the
bunch
class
of
snickered to
Mr.
themselves.
Bogus.
Scared, Damon? What? Scared? Yeah, I bet he can't even get close to the force without chickening out. All the boys began to dance around him, chanting, Damon's a scaredy cat. He was known around his class for being just that, a scaredy cat, because he was always easily frightened compared to his calm and composed twin brother. Come on, guys, it was one time! No matter how he tried to defend himself, the teasing and chanting wouldn't stop. Fine, I'll show you guys I'm not a scaredy cat. I'm gonna go inside that house all by myself. He stormed out of the classroom, determination in his eyes that
You're
soon
welcome.
faded as soon as he realized what he said.
Drinking,
He couldn't just back down.
orange-flavored sports
He was,
drink.
of course, a 10-year-old boy. And so he decided to do what any young, naive boy would do. He told his brother Dante, and that night they went into the forest together. This is looking like the start of a classic horror film. Why? Like, I always wonder this about horror films. Why is it that the story starts out with, I heard about a supposedly haunted house where a lot of people died, and now,
What do you mean,
years
wait,
later,
19?
anytime anyone else goes in the house, they mysteriously die. Completely on an unrelated note, we're all gonna go to the house and hope that nobody dies. And then somebody dies. Why the fuck do you people always want to hang out in the haunted fucking houses? Why can't we just leave the ghosts alone?
No, they're not 19-year-old kids. They're in grade 4. Grade 4 here in the western side of the world is around 10 years old. At least that's what I was when I was in grade 4. Also, he makes a convincing argument that, yeah, I started this off as like a horror movie. Completely unintentional, by the way. I needed the house, and I needed the kids to get to the house. And for the kids to get to the house, it apparently just had to become a horror movie. Sorry about that.
I don't care if you don't believe in ghosts. Holy shit. At least just think of the possibility that if there are ghosts, they don't want you
That's your
rummaging
5?
around
Okay.
in their abandoned house. Let's offer them enough respect to do that.
This is true. Do not go into the abandoned houses and piss off the ghosts, okay? Just leave them alone, and they'll leave you alone, okay? It's been a good while since I was in year 5, though. This is true. It's been a good while since I was 10 years old.
It was kind of scary, he thought, as he stared down the dirt path that led to the supposedly haunted house. The sound of cars roaring by on the highway behind them. Not that he'd admit he was scared to anyone except his twin who stood beside him. He subconsciously grabbed his brother's hand as they began their trek down the path. It was a relatively
Amazing
calm
owl.
autumn night. The forest was quiet. It amazed Damon how the absence of something as natural as noise caused their excursion to become even scarier. Darkness crept out from behind every tree, threatening to swallow them whole. Every twig snapped or bush rustled by an animal
No.
scurrying away caused Damon to tense up, gripping Dante's hand tighter. The sound of an owl cooing in the darkness made him jump slightly. Laughing nervously to quell his fear, Dante still eyed him worryingly.
You guys want
Hey,
some?
maybe we should... The sound of a siren going off in the
want
distance
some
caused Damon
Maynards?
to scream, cutting off Dante mid-sentence. He let go of Dante's hand, racing down the dirt path ahead of his brother, rushing to get this stupid challenge done and over with. He heard Dante call out to him, but his sheer panic drove him forward. He didn't dare spare a glance at the trees as he ran past, out of fear of locking eyes with the shadows ready to jump out and drag him into the depths of the woods, never to be seen again. He did, however, skid to a stop when he reached a clearing at the end of the
Firework
dirt
was
path.
just set off. It scared the shit out of me. Oh no!
Damon could barely feel his trembling body, his racing heart, his lungs begging for oxygen. He didn't know what he expected to see. Maybe a grand old mansion like the ones in fairy tales. He certainly didn't expect to see the remains of what once was a small 2-story house. The top, where there was a second floor, was completely caved in. Wood and debris that stuck out like a sore thumb were singed at the tips. The bottom floor looked as though it were about to cave in any second. The clearing was devoid of any life. No grass, bushes, animal dens. The trees surrounded the clearing were bent backwards, leaning on the trees behind them for support.
Oh,
As if
God.
the force itself was repulsed by the house being there. The wind howled behind him, causing Damon to shiver under his light jacket. Damon gulped, gathering his courage to step forward before the distinct sound of slapping against the dirt path reached his ears. He would have assumed it were Dante, if not for the fact that whatever was approaching him was abnormally fast and running on 4 legs. Damon, watch out! He turned at his brother's yell. It was too late for him to react to the being until it had already knocked him to the ground. Blue filled his vision, and he was enveloped in a soothing, smoky scent. Whatever it was breathing heavily, coughing out blood and groaning in pain. Once Damon...
There's something you need to know about my writing style. It's that I hate dialogue tags with a burning passion. I'm starting to use more of them, but you can see in the earlier chapters that I wouldn't touch dialogue tags with a 10-foot pole. Okay. I hate them. Second, I really like to use alliteration. Very sparingly, but you'll notice, smoothing smoky scent. I use some more of it in later chapters, and I really, really like it. That's one of my favorite things to use in writing.
Had recovered his own breath. He managed to roll it off of him. And that's when he noticed it was a girl around their age.
It's a good one. I like
Her
alliteration.
long blue hair was matted with dirt and fresh blood. Her eyes were squeezed shut, with soft, pained moans escaping her bloodied lips. There were dried tear tracks staining her dirty face. Her clothes were torn to shreds, barely hanging onto her unnaturally slender body. She had deep gouges in her shoulder blades that were steadily bleeding. But what surprised him the most was the fact that her face, back, sides, and arms were covered in vibrant blue scales. Her nails looked like claws, and they were coated in fresh blood. She opened her mouth to suck in a breath, and he noticed her teeth were incredibly long and sharp as well. She was scary. She was a monster in every sense of the word.
That's pretty cool.
He would have run off in fear, but his body seemed rooted in place. The scales lining her body began to peel off and fall to the ground, crumbling to dust the moment they touched the dirt. By the time Dante had caught up with him, all of the scales had fallen off. No way Dante would ever believe him if he told him what the girl was. Underneath her scales were bruises everywhere. She managed to crack an eye open just a smidge and caught Damon's gaze. Damon's breath caught in his throat. What are we listening to?
So,
Is this Satanaku's way of saying that I'm boring right now?
so I have no idea how he does it, but when I was watching the VOD, it was completely silent. There was no background music at all. And when I had the idea to react to this, I had to think of what to do. So I just put Persona music in the background. Sorry about that.
So he just wants to listen to popular girls flirt with him? Okay. She had the most beautiful blue eyes he'd ever seen. Her eyes held pain, sadness, loneliness, betrayal. He was drawn to her. He wanted to know how one so young could experience so much. She may have been a monster in every physical sense of the word, but inside, she was just a scared young girl who had too much cruelty bestowed upon her. Her eyes screwed shut, preventing Damon from reading any more of her. Her tense body twitched a few times before eventually going limp, her breathing becoming uncomfortably shallow. Damon panicked, afraid he was about to watch her die. Dante, we have to do something! Dante, who had been bewildered by the entire experience, nodded. Together, they hoisted up the girl's light body and carried her back to their home. For some reason, there were a lot of police out that night.
And that line, my friends, is called foreshadowing. And I love it. It's one of
Just
my
found
favorite
out Dipper
lines.
from Gravity Falls really isn't named Dipper. His real name is Mason. Wait, you didn't know that? Yeah, they call him Dipper because he has a... Because I can't remember if it's the Little Dipper or the Big Dipper, but either way, he has like a birthmark in the shape of the constellation on his forehead. So they call him Dipper.
Yeah.
She awoke
Oh,
with a
you're
start,
saying it's the Big Dipper,
jolting
okay.
upright before an intense pain shot through her entire body. She let out a blood-curdling scream. Whoa, hey, be careful there, hon. A pair of soft hands on her shoulders pushed her back down. After a couple of deep breaths, she managed to open her eyes.
I wouldn't know. I've never watched Gravity Falls.
The walls weren't white and blank like she was used to. There were no blinding fluorescent lights shining down on her. She wasn't surrounded by old men wielding frightening instruments made for slicing her open. The walls were a comforting shade of orange.
No.
The small room was illuminated by natural lighting peeking in through an open window. Her entire torso was bandaged, and she was wearing unfamiliar shorts that barely fit around her waist. More importantly, there's a woman with long auburn hair and kind gray eyes staring at her with a worried expression plastered across her face. The woman let out a sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness you're okay.
Maybe you should.
You were out cold for 3 whole days. We honestly weren't sure if you were going to make it. She looked at the woman again, checking for any signs of deception. A twitch of the eyebrows, a malicious smile, unnatural eye contact, tense muscles, nervous breathing. She wasn't displaying any of them. It surprised her, and she allowed herself to lower her guard slightly. No doctor? The woman looked bewildered at the sudden question. She probably wasn't expecting the girl to speak. Oh no, I'm not a doctor. I am a nurse though. So I'd say I'm at least somewhat qualified to take care of you. Her brow furrowed. That wasn't what she meant. And the big words the woman used only continued to confuse her. No doctor place? She tried again. The woman paused, seemingly trying to make sense of her words. Doctor place. Oh, a hospital? The girl nodded. That term sounded familiar. The woman looked sheepish, a little guilty as well. Well, see, I definitely wanted to take you to the hospital, but one of my boys was so adamant on keeping you here. Do you want me to take you there? Her body seized up in fear. I doubt we'll be able to read all of the chapters today, but I'd at least like to take some time to read as much as I can.
He's a fool. He read all 6 chapters.
Because I've been saying for a while that I would read this.
I can't thank you enough, dude. You're the best.
Hey, Lord of
Three
all
more than
Sloths, how's
me.
it going?
You know what? Owl, since we're going to be reacting to this whole VOD, you're going to get caught up anyways. So then all you have to do is just read chapter 7. Easy.
Her body seized up in fear. She
Yes, we
tightly
still
gripped
love
the
you,
blanket
Owl.
draped over her body, afraid her only form of protection at that moment would be ripped away from her. She shook her head no, attempting to ignore the pain rocking her entire body at the movement. She wouldn't go back to that place. The woman began to panic at her intense reaction. Okay, no hospital it is then. While she did calm down slightly, she proceeded to keep her guard up this time. Well, how about your parents then? I bet they're worried sick about you. She stayed silent for a few minutes. Her parents? Her mother was conceited and only seemed to pay attention to the girl when she needed an emotional punching bag. But her mother loved her. She always told her so. She said she was the only one in the entire world who understood the young girl. Thinking about her always caused her chest to tighten painfully. Her father, however, hated her the moment she was born. He never outright told her so, but she could always tell by the look in his eyes whenever she spoke
I'm not
to
singing,
him.
I'm just jamming.
She
Sorry.
was sure the only reason he stuck around and didn't dump her off on the first street corner he could
I was also
was
thinking
because of
just
his
adding random
undying love
pictures
for
on
her
the
mother.
side.
There was no way he could care about her, even if he had the ability to care anymore. Vaporeon has taught you reading. Never trust reading on Twitch. How so? I'm kind of curious about your experience. There was no specific expression that crossed her face, so the woman had no idea what the young girl was thinking. The woman didn't think she'd say anything after that until her small, croaky voice filled the silence. Both dead. Dread filled the room. The girl who looked so much younger than the woman's own
Yeah, you
two
barely read,
sons
dude.
was an orphan with serious injuries she'd never seen on a child
Yeah, I have a bunch of
before.
pictures of Kage on my
Scrapes
computer.
and bruises everywhere. A cracked rib, a gunshot wound in the right shoulder, deep holes in her shoulder blades, a feverishly high temperature, and pushed to pure exhaustion,
No.
almost to the point of death.
Sorry. I did not get your text. I should cosplay her one of these days, huh? Oh, nice. Alright, sorry about that. Never texted you though. No, I'm talking to my mom. Not you.
Her sons told her that the girl had been running with all these injuries.
Oh, God.
I'm surprised the girl managed to survive that night.
I don't know. Do you guys want full screen? We can do full screen.
The woman blinked back the tears she knew were coming as she leaned forward
No, I can't do full
and
screen.
enveloped the
'cause I
girl in
have
a
to-
soft hug. She
have
let out a
to- I have to point out this comment. You can't really see all of it, but Sententaku said, "Okay, now I understand when she said she tortures her protags, and I've never felt more understood in my life." You can kind of see it right here. Oh my god.
fused hum, but made
But
no
Mavis peed
indication
in
that
it
she was
immediately
uncomfortable
after.
with the interaction. As a mother herself, Dawn
They
felt
do hate
some
me.
sort of obligation to show this child some sort of affection that she seemed
No,
to
my
have not
characters.
received during her entire young life. Yeah, no shit. Starly, what the fuck? What did your protagonists do to you?
The answer to that is they didn't do shit. Alright? They didn't do anything. Alright? This is my fucked up brain that's torturing them for no reason. I am so sorry. Like, I always keep saying, if I met my characters, they'd put me through a wall, okay? Like, that's how much torture I put them through. And now you're just finding out. You fool.
Did they keep you up in long hours of the night trying to come up with a story?
Oh, that too.
Is that
too.
why you do this to them?
Yeah, 100%.
A loud grumble filled the room. The woman released her and chuckled. Here, let's go get you something to eat. She helped up the young girl, making sure she was able to stand properly before leading her out of the room. Their dining room wasn't too far from the guest room the girl was staying in. Correct me if I'm wrong, but with injuries like what she had, I would think that they would want her staying in bed at least for a little while. I know she was out for 3 days, but I would still almost think that she shouldn't be moving around too much.
Okay, so I actually don't know about that one. But my justification for she's superhuman, yeah. My justification for that is I don't think it was ever really stated, but yeah, she's kind of superhuman. She can heal faster than most people can. They kind of figure it out that she's a dragon. Him and the chat, they kind of figure it out that she's a dragon. So she has kind of a better healing factor than most people. So there's that. And yeah, she was indeed out for 3 days, and that also helped the fact that she has a better healing factor. So that's how she's not a mutant. She's not a mutant. But that is what helps her heal and stand up faster than most people will. Of course, you wouldn't know that right now, but that's basically the explanation. I don't know how you didn't. I don't know how you didn't get it, Owl.
Just the thought.
There we go. That looks better.
Oh god, sad music. Take her to
Sad
a
music.
hospital.
All right.
the girl noticed many framed pictures lining the long hallway towards a larger room. They all contained the...
I like
Hey,
how
Golden Fire,
they
how's it
said
going?
take her to a hospital.
They all contained the
even
woman,
though,
a man with dirty blonde hair and green eyes.
even though earlier she was just freaking out about going to a hospital.
And two young boys, both with auburn hair, and each one with one of their
Sorry,
parents'
bud, she's
distinct eye
taken.
colors. She stopped at a picture of just the boy, staring at the one with his mother's soft gray eyes. "Those are my boys," the woman said, appearing next to the girl. "This one," she pointed to the one with her gray eyes, "is Damon. He's the younger of the two, and the other..." She moved her finger along the picture to point to the one with sea green eyes and glasses. "Is Dante. He's the older and very protective of his brother. He won't admit it, though." Hey, what's up, Cosmic Chaya? Thank you for the raid! Welcome, Raiders, to the FG Rollers channel. I'm, of course, the ever-deplorable host, Fox Gaming. How's it going, everybody? What's up, Visiting Puppet? How's it going? How was stream? What were you guys up to? Although I should also give you a shout-out.
Yeah, this got quite a lot of viewers, I assume.
Okay.
Which is
I'm terrible at
horrifying for
spelling.
me.
Ah, you were playing Fate Grand Order. Thank you, Sataniku, for giving the shout-out. With no context,
Because-
the story seems so sus. Chaya being sus all stream? That doesn't surprise me. That's kind of Chaya's default setting. So for everybody just coming in, what we are doing, which by the way, Red, just so you know, saying you're not going to be somewhere is a good way of letting me know exactly where you're going to be. But for those who are just coming in, what we are doing is we are reading a story that is written by one of our community members, and I have been promising them that I would read the story, and I thought it would be fun to check out the story together with chat. Also, this way, you know, they can pop in and maybe explain some things to me if they ever...
Are reacting to the streamer friend of mine who read my story on stream. I'm reacting to his commentary, answering any sort of questions he might have, crying a little bit because somebody read it on stream. Yeah. I don't know, it's a bit... I don't know how I should feel about it. Like, I should be happy, but I'm a little bit nervous, embarrassed, that kind of stuff. Thanks, Mom.
ever decide to show up. So that's what we've been doing.
Oh, thanks, Owl. I'll
But
be
again,
sure to give you
I
a
hope you had
signed
an
copy.
amazing stream. I hope everybody had fun over in Chaya's domain. And I hope you remember to always hide your cheese from Chaya. Hey, all right, let me see if I can... Okay, Gabia Romanian? I probably messed that up, but how's it going? Welcome to the chat. I really bet that I messed that up. Damn it, where was I in the story? Okay, okay, here I was. Tomorrow's your birthday? Happy early birthday!
Aw.
Hey, thank you for the follow, Gabia Romanian. Welcome to the Fox Gang. The solo
And if you
Nemo
haven't
banner
done so
yesterday
already,
pitied
please go follow
you.
him. Please go follow
Hey,
him.
at least something's giving you some pity, right, Golden Fire? But don't worry. You just have to wait another year for true pity. No, wait, it's still 2 years, isn't it? I don't, like, I'll be honest. It's like, at this point, I just don't bother to
Bless you.
remember when the pity actually is going to occur. Your birthday is on Black Friday. One more year till you become a wizard.
A
You're
wizard.
a wizard, Lord of all slots.
Emotional damage.
Oh, that was on his end.
All right,
Okay, I
let's
thought
see.
that was on my
was
end.
Here. The girl reached out, tracing her fingers over the image of the one called Damon. He saw her. He saw what she really was. She saw the fear in his eyes, the way everyone looks at her, and yet he still brought her to his home to recover. Man, it felt wrong hearing his name come from the mouth of something like her, and yet she couldn't help it. She felt a warm, fuzzy sensation in her chest. She didn't know if she liked it or not. Alright, so this is always something that is really weird to read, and is something I am guilty of myself, is like having these really young characters. And I understand, I think they're all supposed to be like between like 10 and 12, which, you know, puberty. Ugh. But it's just always really weird to have these young characters like start to feel romantic attractions or acting far more mature than they should be. And it always feels like you need to take a step back and think, would someone this age really act like this?
Okay, that one is completely on me. I don't know how to write children for shit, okay? What are we watching? We're watching Fox Gaming read my own story. I'm reacting to his commentary, answering any questions he might have, and all around just having a good time. But for this, I'm completely at fault for this one. I do not know how to write children for shit, right? And it was fine for this because they were only children for one chapter, so I felt like I could get away with it, right? He's talking about the romantic aspect of it. Romance was always the genre that I was going to be putting this into. It was a... Alright, I'm gonna base my child characters off Twitch chat from now on. Yeah, exactly. So I figured it would be fine. I wanted to set up the potential romance early because the story was always meant to be a romance, a tragedy, people die when they are killed. They're gonna say a poggers 50 times. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this one was completely on me. I just don't know how to write children that good. I was unfortunately forced to grow up very fast as a child because due to stuff that happened. So I don't really remember what it's like to be a child. So when I have to go back and write children characters, it's harder for me. I figured Kage was really that manifestation of me when I was younger and forced to grow up a little earlier than I should have. And yeah, there was gonna be a time skip anyways, so I don't think it really mattered for the whole growing feelings part of this thing. Yes, they are pretty young, and yes, that does happen. That children take these feelings and they kind of be like, oh ho ho, oh ho ho, you know, like, you know how children are, they're fucking stupid. So I wanted there to be some kind of unspoken mutual attraction between the two, even though they are only 10 years old at this point in the story. But again, there's a time skip, so it didn't really matter. But I understand his point. I don't know how to write children for shit. So that's it. That's all it was.
I mean, hell, let's be honest. Most of us, probably 17 and 18, barely would act as mature as I've seen some authors write their, like, 6-year-old characters. On a split banner, you got Nemo within 700 sync chords. Then you decided to yeet one multi of the Nemo solo and got 2.
They make a good point here where they say trauma tends to mature you fairly quick, and I agree with this point because it happened to me. I started writing this story when I was around 14, 15 years old, and I've been through quite a lot at that point in time, so...
Alright.
touch grass moment.
Where did I leave off?
Touch grass
Okay, there we
moment,
go.
chat.
The woman quickly went into one of the 2 rooms lining the hallway and returned with a plain black t-shirt. She helped the girl into the shirt, which was really baggy on the young girl, before continuing their trek to the dining room. She sat the girl down at the table before moving to the kitchen to start preparing a meal for the young girl. I'm gonna say there's a lot of repetitive language. Sometimes, like, if you're writing this, like, just to put this at here, is like, you've already made it very clear that, okay, she's sitting the young girl down. At some point, you could just say she sat her down and began preparing a meal for her. Instead of consistently saying, okay, she sat the girl or the young girl down, you could honestly just switch it up to just saying her.
You could. You definitely could. And this one's on me because I feel that, I don't know, when I'm writing, I don't want the readers to be confused. I'm very guilty for this. I will specify everything because I don't want anyone to be confused, and that's it. So I want to make clear who's talking, kind of, because I don't use tags. I want to make clear who's doing what. I want to, you know? And when I have 2 unnamed characters in one scene, it's very hard to do that. So I did what I could, and I felt that it worked, you know? I didn't want there to be just 2 hers, you know? Like, it, blah, blah. I could definitely go back and rework that a little bit, tweak it, but yeah, half of us don't even read anyway, Star. You have to call? No, not today. Sorry, Matt. But yeah, that one's on me. That one's on me.
And it's pretty indicative of who's being sat down, even though we are ultimately having to switch between 2 hers here. That being the mother and the young girl. Oops.
Yeah, me too, Owl.
Okay, there we go. Pretty much until you reach mid-20s, everyone is an awkward mess. Yep.
Hey, Calcitra, do you have Fox on Discord? You don't believe so? Okay, because I wanted to send him the stream, but I'm not, like, I'm in his Discord, but he did put me under streamer, so I can't promote myself in his Discord, and I'm always nervous when it comes to DMing people, so I just didn't. No. I found it on his page. You just go here and you scroll down. Or you don't go here, but you like go, it's like on mine. I have Discord down below, you know? But yeah, I'm a nervous wreck.
Okay, I lost my place. She decided to make a large brunch type meal. She wasn't sure how much the girl would eat, even if she was unconscious for 3 days. Whatever she didn't eat, the woman was sure her boys would snack on when they returned from school. She figured it wouldn't take very long, but she still tried to strike up a conversation with her house guests while she waited. She brought the girl a glass of water. I know this is long overdue, but my name is Bryn Rose. Would you mind telling me yours? The girl drank her entire glass of water at once, handing Bryn the glass to signify another. She returned with another full glass and handed it to the girl.
Makes sense.
Do you have a name? The girl took another swig, this time only having the glass before placing it back down on the table. She nodded slowly. She opened and closed her mouth a few times, but the words never seemed to...
I don't know. I wanted to see if I wanted to, like, get him in here. You know, because I'm reacting to his VOD, but I'm a nervous wreck and I hate DMing people unless they DM me first.
Want to leave her throat. She shook her head. Bryn sighed, ruffling the small girl's hair, but not noticing the slight flinch
Oh,
at the
that's
action. That's all right. I won't force you to tell me. Bryn returned to the kitchen, continuing to make her meal for the girl. Took her a little over an hour, but the young girl could barely contain her amazement at the feast that was presented to her. Pancakes and waffles, bacon and sausage, eggs and hash browns, bowls of fruit.
That's what I was trying to do, Owl.
What about this as a brunch? This just looks like an ordinary breakfast.
No, this is a VOD. So he asked what about this is a brunch? This is... This is what my brunches are normally like. Sorry, dude. I'm just going off of
I
personal
mean, it's a
experience.
big breakfast. Don't get me wrong, but it's like, it's
Breakfast,
not
lunch.
like, is this what people would consider a brunch? Man, the one time I had brunch, all
Yeah.
my school did was give us a slice of sausage pizza. Which
Why
was
on
really
earth
weird
would I
because
put
they served that for
tomatoes?
breakfast anyways. The girl looked as though she hadn't seen this much food in her life. Bryn smiled at her handiwork, gesturing for her to dig in. And dig in she did. It was amazing, Bryn thought as she watched the girl, who was smaller than her own sons, eat almost everything on the table. She left a few hash browns and a small portion of fruit left over, but other than that, she devoured every bit of food that was prepared for her like she hadn't eaten in years.
Yeah, see? Brunch is
I
just
think
breakfast
the way
at
they excused it
lunchtime.
was that because the pizza had sausage on it, that means it's breakfast, right? Which I then continued to use my logic against my parents. I was like, well, my school gives us sausage pizza for...
Okay. When you're an adult, you can have whatever you want for breakfast. I have pizza for breakfast all the time, dude. I have donuts for breakfast all the time. I ate pumpkin pie for breakfast for a whole year and a half. Was it 2 years? You can have whatever you want for breakfast. Most important meal of the day, my ass. Eat whatever you want, chat.
For breakfast, so that means I can have pizza for breakfast. I remember using exactly that logic whenever there was leftover pizza from Domino's.
Domino's pizza?
times.
What are you, a monster?
Funny part was is that in the end, the logic didn't necessarily not work. It didn't work, but in the end, it was the realization my parents honestly didn't pay enough attention, and I could just go swipe pizza whenever I wanted.
Yes, you did.
Okay, let's see. She ate with her bare hands, giving no regard to the
Don't worry about
utensils
it.
or
Don't worry
napkins
about
beside her plate until she finished everything. Even then, Bryn had to help her clean off her face and hands. A very uncouth young child.
Time to have
But
my
not
girlfriend
one
for
that couldn't be
breakfast,
worked with.
Calcitra.
After a short kitchen clean and a couple of glasses of water later, the two moved to a large room just beside the dining room. The room had a large couch and a couple of chairs laid out on the edges of a rectangular rug.
Ayo.
Bookshelves lining the sides of the room, small potted plants sitting on a windowsill, boxes of toys in between a relatively large flat-screen television. The young girl looked immensely relaxed immediately after entering the room. The girl was immediately drawn to the TV. She cautiously approached it, carefully reaching out to touch it. As soon as her fingertip grazed the screen, she recoiled harshly, as she were afraid the TV was going to swallow her whole. She reached out,
Persona reference.
slower this time, until her palm was flat against the TV screen. She looked relieved, yet confused. She turned to Bryn, who was watching her in intrigue. What this? Bryn approached her, gently pulling her hand away from the TV and picking up one of the remotes on the TV stand. She wasn't really sure how to explain. This is a television, or TV for short. It's something we use for entertainment. Here, pressing a button on the remote, the TV flashed on to show a kid's cartoon about colorful animals. Which cartoon specifically, and what types of colorful animals?
Didn't think that far ahead, buddy. I needed something vague, okay?
Like, quite honestly, that did not narrow down anything to me. Literally could be any show.
That's the point.
I hope to God she didn't turn on the regular show. See, there's moving pictures on the screen. I'm kidding. Like, regular show is actually pretty good, but I didn't always enjoy it. Sometimes we'll sit down and watch some of these to pass the time. The girl was entranced by the cartoon playing on the screen. She'd never seen anything like it before. After a moment, she pointed at the screen, staring at Bryn with wide eyes. Magic! Bryn couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction.
No, I just
If it helped her to understand, Bryn saw no harm in letting her think it was magic. Her eyes were
say
full of
that.
wonder, and there was a small smile plastered on her lips. She almost looked like a real
Yeah, 'cause
child.
I like Starburst.
No injuries, no hospitals, no dead parents, just a child. Wow. Yep, she almost looked like a real child. Just literally list off everything bad about that has happened to her. Wow.
Okay, so when I was updating yesterday, I added a new tag. Everything goes wrong, and why am I like this? So yeah. Why am I like this?
Just okay. I'm sorry, it's like, do we really need to rehash
Yes.
how bad her situation is?
Yes, we
It's
do.
the first chapter.
Yeah, we do.
I'm sorry, Starly. I don't mean to be this critical.
No.
I really do enjoy this.
No. Be critical, please. I'm dying. I'm desperate. I need feedback. I need feedback, please. When you're all like, I'm sorry for being critical. No, don't be sorry. I need this. Thank you.
Hey, Fallen Meme Lord, how's it going?
That's
The
not
front door
feedback,
opened behind
owl.
them, and in trampled two 10-year-olds returning from a long day at school. Mom, we're home! Damon yelled before looking over at the two girls
Does
sitting
not
by the
count as
TV.
feedback.
He immediately broke into a grin. Oh, you're awake! The girl swiftly and silently
No,
made her
Owl's
way across the
complimenting my
room and
character
wrapped
design.
her arms around Damon. It was so fast that no one seemed to realize what was happening for several seconds until the girl's hoarse voice filled the air. Thank for save me. Damon didn't quite seem to know how to react. He also couldn't quite stop his face from heating up at the contact from the girl. Dante from behind him slowly shut the door, maneuvering around them towards the kitchen while eyeing the girls suspiciously. Oh, no problem. The girl squeezed a little tighter before releasing him, giving
Yes,
him
you
a
can.
soft smile. He couldn't help but smile bashfully back. He heard his mom mumble something about wanting to watch some special news channel, but he couldn't be bothered to pay attention as he locked eyes with the girl for the second time. Hey, what's up, Mirsha? How's it going? Her eyes had more life than the last time he saw them. They were mostly devoid of the pain and sadness they held the other night. She looked so much happier. Stone, the prime suspect in the murder of a 45-year-old man and a 39-year-old pregnant woman. No rolls. I was waiting to see if they would release the banner with Summer Tamamo. Sadly, they did not, so no rolls happened.
To the person who said, "Oh, that escalated
Is still at
quickly,"
large.
That is the
No, wait,
understatement
I need to
of
do
the
my
year.
announcer voice.
I'll have you know.
Stone, the prime suspect in the murder of a 45-year-old man and 39-year-old pregnant woman is still at large. If anyone has any information, please contact. The room froze.
No.
All eyes turned to her as slow as she could manage. The girl turned to look at the TV.
It is.
Out of all the moving pictures the magic box could show,
Yeah, there's 7 chapters.
it had to be hers. There was a detailed moving picture showing her bursting out of a burning building, blood coating her clawed hands. She roared at the moving picture taker before inevitably scurrying off as the sirens began to approach. It felt odd watching herself.
Sure.
From an outsider's perspective, she could definitely understand why everyone referred to her as a monster. Dante, what are you? Bryn's call came too late. Dante rushed towards Damon and the girl, pushing Damon out of the way and plunging a kitchen knife into the girl's right forearm as she tried to defend herself. She screamed in pain, bringing up her leg and kicking him away with a powerful blow to the abdomen
Just a lot
that
of
sent him
Kage
to
in
the
this layout
floor.
today, huh?
She grit her teeth as she gripped the knife handle, attempting to will her body not to become the monster she knows it'll inevitably become. Despite knowing full well how futile it was the moment her body heat spiked. Bryn rushed to Dante's
Wow.
side as the blade began melting from the girl's rising temperature. She tore it out of her arm quickly.
Okay, fuck you,
Hey,
Owl.
what's up, Rico? How's it going? Screaming painfully as she watched her blood splatter onto the wooden floor along with the knife. She clung to the sides of her head, screeching, trying desperately to stop her body. All the Rose family could do was watch on in horror. The girl collapsed to the ground, her body trembling. Her nails began to grow unnaturally long at an alarmingly fast rate, until they looked less like fingernails and more like claws. Starting from her fingers, her skin looked as though it were turning inside out to reveal brightly colored blue scales hidden underneath that ran all
Aw,
the way
thanks,
up her
Owl.
arms. She banged her head off the floor, panting hard, hoping to give herself some relief from the excruciating pain she was feeling. Okay, so he tried to stab her because the news showed her jumping out of a building and looking like a monster, I guess. Indeed, she is a dragon.
Yeah, shoutouts to you, Golden Fire X2, for noticing that she is indeed a dragon. You can't see me highlighting, but yes, she is a dragon. Thank you for that. And thank you, Fox, for also noticing that she's a dragon. When my other... No, it was my dad. When my dad read this, he thought she was a vampire. I was like, no, Dad, no.
And then the shaking stopped.
I don't know.
The girl
I don't know
looked
how he
up
got
at
that.
the woman who allowed her to take refuge in her house, and the son who just stabbed her in the arm. They noticed the happy, lively eyes she'd had moments before were replaced with eyes that held nothing but rage. Eyes of someone who's killed before. Not as good as Seek. Wow.
Not as good as Seek? You take that back,
They would have been
Golden
a little
Fire.
less frightened if her pupils
Wow.
weren't slit like that of a cat
Fucking
or
rude.
snake. Bryn held on to Dante, trying her best to calm
Yeah.
her trembling
Very
body.
pretty.
Dante wasn't
beef.
any better. He was clutching his mother in fear, trembling harshly with tears rolling down his cheeks. The girl slowly rose to her feet, a low growl escaping her lips. She took a step forward, bloodied arm raised. She lunged. She roared. Her arm swung down. Sorry, I'm laughing at what you said, Follow Me, Lord. There was a flash of auburn. There was blood that didn't belong to her, or Bryn, or Dante.
What's up, Owl? What's your question? Sig is the main character in Fate Apocrypha. Ah, okay. Sounds good, buddy.
I would honestly say that if Starly had said there was a flash of auburn and then deep crimson red, that would have been a great ending point for a chapter. We would know that somebody had been that.
All right, I agree with this point here. That yeah, this would have been a great ending point to the chapter. But I don't think it would flow well with how I wanted chapter 2 to go, so that's why I kept going. Flash of Auburn is great wordplay. Oh, thank you.
Somebody had gotten hit, and we could leave off for the next part. I think, and honestly, would have captivated a lot of readers to want to keep reading. That's just my opinion, though. I am not here to tell Starly how to write their own story. I'm just giving my opinion in this situation, and honestly, I still like how this chapter turns out.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, man. Yeah, I do think that ending it there could have been a little more interesting. But I don't think it could work with how I wanted to lead into chapter 2. Again, because at this point he hasn't read chapter 2. He doesn't know that it's going to be a time skip. So he probably thinks that we're going to be going chapter by chapter in the days of these kids' lives. We're not. You think I could write that? Absolutely not. But yeah, I do think it's very interesting.
Or Bryn, or Dante. The girl's pupils became rounded again, indicating that she seemed to snap back to reality. She stumbled backwards, panting as the scales began to rot off her body.
Use your fucking spoon then! Why are you eating your noodles by hand?
Okay. I don't know why, but I felt like I was reading the same sentence like multiple times. She looked at the two in front of her and was relieved to see she didn't harm either of them, until she looked down and that relief melted away.
She uses a spoon. I use chopsticks.
Damon laid on his side with 4 distinct claw marks littering the left side of his hairline, blood oozing down his pained face. Fortunately for him, the wounds weren't that deep. He was breathing. He would live. So just to point this out, if the injuries are occurring along the face and along the head, that's actually really dangerous. Your head tends to bleed more easily than other places. It would be very easy, I think, that for you to probably bleed out through your head. So even if they're not deep, they can bleed for a while. Well, actually, you might not bleed out, but at the very least, you will bleed a lot.
All right. I agree with this point. Yeah, head wounds are very serious. However, Damon's mom is a nurse. I think that he won't bleed out from a head wound. You know? And of course, like, his mom and his brother are both sitting right there, so they're not gonna let him bleed out. So yeah, if he were alone, maybe. But he's not. He's got 3 other people in the room with him, so he's not gonna die from this.
I don't know. I'd have to look this up about how bad a head injury would have to be for you to bleed out. Which is a very weird question to put on my internet search history. But he'd have to live with an awful reminder of her existence. Bryn lunged forward, clutching Damon in her arms, calling out to him and making sure he was still breathing. Once she confirmed that he was, she ordered Dante to go grab the nearest phone and call the police. The girl attempted to take a step forward. Stay away from us! She ended up taking 2 steps backward.
All right. He didn't notice it, but that's one of my favorite lines in the whole first chapter. She takes a step forward, Bryn yells at her, and she ends up taking 2 steps back, which is a... What's the word I'm looking for? Euphemism? I don't know if it's euphemism. They use it when somebody's making progress and then somebody sets them back in their progress. Yeah, that's what I was going for there. And exactly. Except she took 1 step forward, 2 steps back. So that's what I was going with that. I'm sad he didn't notice it because I was pretty proud of sneaking that one in there. Metaphor. There we go. It's a metaphor. Thank you, Owl. And I felt super clever throwing that in there. So sad that he didn't notice it. But I really like that line. I really like that whole part in general because Kage as a character was really hard for me to get a grasp on. Which is why it took about 10 tries to rewrite chapter 1. Symbolism as well. Yeah. So that's why I felt really good sneaking that little line in there.
The way Bryn glared at her caused her to break down and sob violently. She'd seen the look in her eyes too many times to count. She had many burdens to shoulder, but this one was too much for her to handle. Sorry, was the only thing the girl managed to choke out through the sobs that racked her already frail body. The anger in Bryn's eyes faltered ever so slightly. She may have felt sorry for the young girl, but she would never forgive her for endangering her sons. Get out of here. I never want to see you again. Bryn spat, her voice full of malice.
Yes, Fox Stream ASMR. If you didn't know, he read my story on Saturday? I think it was Saturday. So we're reacting to it. I'm answering some questions he had, laughing at some commentary. All around just having a good time. Fallen Sky, do you happen to have him on Discord? Because like I wanted to post my stream in his Discord to promote, but I'm not apparently a streamer, so I can't do that. And I'm always terrified of, well, he didn't put a I'm not a streamer role in his Discord. So I couldn't post in that channel. And I'm always terrified of DMing people. Sad times, am I right, chat? Beep beep boop boop.
Honestly, you could have just stopped with spat, but alright. The girl hesitated for a moment.
No, these are people
she
in my
glanced down
chat
at the
who've
boy coddled in
been
his
in
mother's
his chat.
protective embrace and noticed his blood-coated eyes had opened slightly. Her breath caught in her throat. Damon's eyes were blank. She couldn't tell how he was feeling. If she were being completely honest, she didn't want to know. She already had that feeling in her gut that told her Damon probably saw her the way the rest of them saw her. A monster. Nothing more, nothing less. The girl backed away slowly, wiping her tears on the wounded arm and smearing blood on her face. As soon as she opened the door, sirens rang out in the distance. Panic overtook her and she ran to the only place she knew she could be safe, the forest. Hopefully, never to be seen again. And that was the first chapter.
Alright, so that was chapter 1. Do I have any thoughts on it? No, not really. I said a lot of my thoughts throughout the chapter there. But I figured we could do something fun after every chapter that he reads and we could spin the Wheel of Death. Come on. Come on. Load. While we talk about it, I guess. Although I don't really have anything new to say, that I didn't already talk about. Other than the fact that, yes, that chapter went through... Yeah. There we go. That chapter went through about 10 revisions before it came to what it is. I'm actually very happy with how it is now. Caden, no! He's a kid. My story. Yeah, I can't promote in the promote channel either, so I wanted to DM him, but I'm always terrified of DMing people. Anyways, if you guys know about my art stream a while back, you know that I did art for this chapter. I guess I can pull it up on screen. Let's pull up this chapter's art real quick. Oh, great, I can't. Alright, we're just gonna have to pull up the original drawing of it, I suppose. Haha! Oh god, it's huge! Oh god. Ah! Why are you like this? Can I... Ah! No, we want to rotate it. How do I rotate? There we go. Ayo, some foxy nudes. Shut up, Matt. Got McD's for lunch. Got McD's nuts for lunch. Gotcha. There we go. Here's the art for this chapter. Hope you guys enjoy it. Damn, Stark gonna TOS herself. Okay, fine. I'll hide it. How's that? There we go. Now you can only see half of the drawing. Ha ha ha! How's that, chat? Huh? How's that? Alright. How's them apples?
Of a tale of one shadow. So, let's discuss.
Yeah, let's discuss, chat.
Give me a second, I need to take a sip of water.
Yeah, drink your water. Drink your agua. Hydrate yourself.
Alright. So, I left a review on this chapter.
Yes, he did.
Actually.
He did indeed. And I still have it. Because I have it open right now. He left a review. Where the fuck? Where am I? Oh, I have to click on comments. Right. So here's the comment that he left. And I felt so happy when I read it. I read it really late because I never got the notification that... Get out of here. I never got the notification that he left a comment on my story. So when I was just refreshing AO3 like I do, I noticed that there was a comment and I was like, huh, that's weird. I don't remember there being a comment on this before. And when I read this, I felt so happy that I had to stop into his stream and thank him personally. And I think that's what made him go and read the whole thing. Thanks. God.
And it talked about the pacing of this first chapter. And when I'm reading it, again, out loud, the pacing feels a little bit different. But when I was reading it in the comfort of my own mind, as in I was reading it by myself, I found the story to be very fast-paced, which honestly worked in a way. It meant that not too many superfluous details were being thrown at the reader. It kept things going, and it didn't drag out. Ultimately speaking, there was a lot of stuff that could catch your interest.
I did, but I don't have a PNG version of it, so we have to go with the original drawing for this.
I would say, however, that there was also still a lot of pretty writing where there didn't need to be, like a lot of times where Starly just kind of used more description than she really than they really needed to worry about.
What does that mean, Owl?
So I think that's really my only complaint.
All right. My writing is very descriptive, yes, and sometimes it's descriptive when it doesn't need to be, and I will definitely be taking that into account for the future. No, you can't, Owl. What?
Honestly speaking, oh yeah, the ending of the first chapter was really good. It gives us the idea of what's going on. And a couple of things that I think confused me is that earlier on in the chapter, we see that Damon is terrified of her. Like, is just so scared of her, even when she changed back. Despite that, we also come to the realization Damon is very kind, because despite being terrified of her, he still ends up being the one who wants to help her.
I'm so glad that was portrayed well, because my one problem with this story specifically is my character writing. I didn't know how I really wanted to portray my characters. And getting them to the way that I wanted to was a bit of a challenge. It also doesn't help that in the first chapter, they're 10 years old. They're not, like, fully themselves yet. So the fact that we set up that Damon is a scaredy cat, but he's also incredibly kind, which is why, despite being scared of her, he inevitably saves her, was a big point, right? And I'm glad that came off well, because character writing is very hard for me. You wouldn't think that it is, but it is.
And it's just, in their very next encounter, there's no fear whatsoever. Like, honestly...
Another thing with that is, the way that Damon approaches her is that he's curious. He has that childlike curiosity that kind of fronts when it should be that that fight or flight response, right? Where you fight or you run, the fear response. So he's more interested in her, and he wants to know who she is and what she is, rather than being afraid, is how I'm interpreting my own writing.
Honestly speaking, he seems perfectly fine with her, and Dante is the one that seems suspicious and weary, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. And she was apparently unconscious for 3 days, so it comes to mind the idea that, okay, Damon just got used to her presence, so maybe, he was able to put the fear behind him. But it just feels extremely fast. I think that's the only real thing that really confuses me. And
all right,
that's about it.
I think Gray had about the same reaction. He wanted a chapter in between chapter 1 and 2 that gave us a little more depth to Damon and Dante's character, what happens to them in between the 10-year time skip. And I thought of it as a good idea, I just didn't know how to go about it, which is why it hasn't been done yet.
Overall, still a great chapter. I'm looking forward to the next couple of chapters as well. So, Starly, really good. Do not take any of the criticism I have to heart.
I will, because I need criticism. I need feedback, please. Do not apologize for giving me feedback. Semi-prequel in a way. No, we already have a prequel and we already have a sequel in the works. This would just be a chapter in between 1 and 2 that kind of like bridges the gap. Do not judge me for having a sequel and a prequel in the works. I'm crying on the inside.
These are just things that I am noticing. It's still a fantastic story, and you should be proud of it.
Said the chapter could use a bit more patching up. Thank you. Could you give me a bit more detail in which areas you feel could use a bit more patching? Aww. I'm always looking for feedback, right? And Fox is the first person to comment on my AO3, which was very nice. Very, very nice of him. I enjoyed that very much. I've gotten some feedback. Not really. I'm going off what I've seen so far. Okay. Well, if you'd like to read it for yourself, then click that link. You can read along with us if you want. I've already forgotten what I was gonna say. Being gay and doing crime, that's what I call a dang good a dang good time, Kane. Yeah, Kane is great. Yes, never be afraid to give a writer feedback, especially if they're asking for it, right? I'm asking for it. I want to improve as a writer, so feedback is always, always appreciated. I've gotten, I think I got one person who was giving me feedback over Discord. Alright, no problem, Calcitra. Thank you so much.
Alright, so Chapter 2 of Tale of One Shadow. We'll meet again. Okay. So I wasn't sure how they were going, like whether or not this actually was written as Kage, because it just could have been a weird way of spelling cage. So thank you, Starly, for clarifying that. I love this comment. Just so y'all know, Kage is supposed to be pronounced Kage and not cage. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Oh, Starly is hilarious.
Aw, thanks. I feel so validated. So far, very gripping story in terms of content. Thank you. Thank you so much. He called me funny. I feel so validated.
Gonna take another sip of water.
I am very gunny. Thanks, Owl.
It had been almost 10 years since that day. Damon remembers her often. Wow, 10 years and he still thinks about this girl. Well, we know he's in love.
So... Oh, great and funny, gunny. Alright, okay. You're not just covering up for the spelling mistake. Kiwi, what are you doing? So, when I was starting out with this one, I was worried that the romance wouldn't be believable enough. And that was my main problem. I've been working on the sequel alongside this one. And I adore the character interactions in the sequel, and I was wondering why I wasn't able to get that kind of same character interaction in this one. And I was actually very surprised that everyone was liking it, right? They were, wow, he's a simp, you know, like, I was very, like, pleased, because that was one of the hardest things for me to pull off in this one. This one, like, in particular, because of the way that the story had always been plotted in my brain. I didn't know if I would find the time to fit the romance in there. but I'm happy that I was able to do it in a believable way that people actually like it.
Sorry. He often wonders if there was some way that day could have ended differently. I don't, like, unless you somehow could have gotten your brother to not be an ass and stabbed the random girl, there was no way that was ending any differently. If there was some peaceful outcome, if his mom hadn't turned on the news, or Dante hadn't turned things so... Actually, now that I think about it, that was a very extreme escalation.
Thanks.
Like, when did, like, the news had just barely come on, and he had a kitchen knife in his hand. They were in the living room, to my understanding. Where the fuck did he... When did he have time?
Alright. So I noticed this one. And if you'll notice... It's around here... Where... Dante, from behind him, slowly shut the door, maneuvering around them towards the kitchen while eyeing the girls suspiciously. So it was set up. I guess he just missed it, but there was the setup there, where he moved to the kitchen, and that's how he was able to grab the knife so fast.
To go and grab the kitchen knife.
Can you stop kicking me?
Did he have the
What's the
knife
worst
on
thing?
hand already? Is like my main thought now that I think about it, is like, what was he doing with that knife?
So, the will they, won't they trope. Oh, yeah. So, there was a lot of different ways that this scene has been written. Some of them involve Dante having a gun. And then I was like, nah, that's a 10-year-old. I don't think a gun is a little realistic. So, I mean, a 10-year-old, the kitchen knife, that's still it's a little bit better. But he must have seen the TV, heard the TV, right? Because they were all standing there for quite a while, just like watching. Because she describes the video in full detail. He must have seen it briefly, grabbed the knife, and went to stab her. Because it's established that Dante cares very deeply for his brother and will do anything to protect him. So that's why he did that.
Sorry. Or if Dante hadn't turned things so extreme so quickly. Dante was just trying to protect him from what he thought was a threat. He knows that. But there could have been a better way to do it. Like talking.
I still thought my man
man
can
can
use
use
projection
projection.
comment was very funny.
I guess. Damon sighed as he stared down the dirt path. He'd been there many times during those long years, never finding the courage to go down the path alone. His family forbade him from stepping foot in the forest, anywhere near her. That didn't stop him from trying. Of course, his lack of courage never got him anywhere close to where she might be, but he was determined to change that. Wasn't he like 10 in the last chapter? Like, it says almost 10 years.
Yes, so they were 10 in the last chapter. They're 20 now.
So, wasn't he like 10?
Yeah.
He was 10 because he was in the 4th grade.
Yep.
My dude, you are 20 years old.
Yep.
And you are
Shoot.
still letting your parents say that you are not allowed to go into the forest?
Okay, so two things here. Somebody in chat said, so he's 16, 17 now. Initially, I was planning to have them as teenagers. But I decided, because I hate the trope of teenagers saving the world, that I wanted them to be adults instead. Although they are early adults, they're still adults and not children. Secondly, his point about Damon still listening to his parents, that's more out of a respect more than obligation, right? You know, like, I'm 20 and I still listen to my parents. You're right, I'm 22 and I still listen to my parents, right? So, it's not out of the question. That's just a me thing, probably.
Okay. But that didn't stop him from trying. Of course, his lack of courage never got him anywhere close to where she might be. But he was determined to change that. I'm realizing, like, it's only 2 paragraphs in, and I've stopped for so many things to say. Very good, Starly. You have got my brain going a mile a minute with just 2 paragraphs. Good job.
Ayo.
Sucking in a deep breath, Damon began walking down the dirt path. It wasn't any easier the second time around. But his adult brain made it easier to rationalize his fears than his child brain did. He was still startled by the crunching of dead leaves beneath his feet, or the wind howling through the vast amount of trees.
Ah, that
But he
makes
no
sense.
longer believed ghosts or shadow beings were going to jump out at him. Besides, there was only one monster that lived in the forest. Hey now, hey now.
Hey now.
Shadow things are real. They creep up on you while you're asleep, and then they sit on your chest and slowly drain you of all of your ability to breathe.
Okay, so here he's talking about sleep paralysis demons, but I genuinely thought he was talking about cats. No cap. Thought he was talking about cats. Because honestly, you don't know true terror until you've had this thing sit on your chest in the middle of the night, just staring down at you. Yeah. You good baby.
Okay, so I'm making most of that up, but if you guys have ever heard of sleep paralysis, you know, that's a thing. And then there's this whole thing about, like, some people who have experienced sleep paralysis have seen, like, shadowy figures.
Huh?
I still remember watching it, like,
What are you talking about, Owl? Like, I know you're meaning you would push the cat off, but, like, that's kind of mean. But you've never woken up to have a cat on your chest, and it's 100% amazing. 10 out of 10 would do again.
horror movie based on sleep paralysis. The girl had made quite the name for herself over the years. The police never found her that day, and it seems she spent the rest of her days scaring the ignorant masses out of her territory. There are many stories about her. Some said she was a vengeful spirit who stole away children in the night. Others said she was a monster, a big, scaly monster with long teeth and razor-sharp claws that ate anyone who came near. Most, however, said she was a demon. Her humanoid figure used to lure them in, only to reveal curled horns and devious eyes, to burn their souls away with the hellfire that clung to her inhuman body, my bad.
Yes, cats land on their feet.
The stories were quite outlandish. Damon had to admit, but at least they held some semblance of the truth. Okay, so this is something that I also like. Starly incorporated their summary into a part of the story. That's actually a really good idea.
Okay. So, he thinks I'm being clever. I could say that I'm being clever. Yeah, I totally did that on purpose. That wasn't planned at all. Yeah, No. So, Chapter 2 was initially a draft of Chapter 1. And I decided to throw the Chapter 1 that you see in there. I don't know why. I can't remember why, but I think it ended up working out a lot better than this being Chapter 1, that's for sure. So when it came down to putting the summary, I just took the, for context, there you go. So when it came down to putting the summary for AO3, I went through and I read that one and I said, hey, that could work as a summary. So I did that instead. And now you all know that I'm not clever. But that's the story of where the summary comes from. Yeah, that is true. I didn't really want to give a flashback, because initially it was meant to be that Chapter 2 was going to be a flashback, and I did not want that. I felt that it would be too soon to do that, so I did something different instead. And this ended up being it. This was originally a draft for Chapter 1 that I moved to be Chapter 2. And it worked a lot better, and I just took a paragraph from that and then put that as the summary because I felt that it was intriguing enough to draw people in.
Damon made it to the clearing relatively quickly. The house hadn't changed one bit since the last time he saw it. Odd, he thought. If she were living here, surely she must have moved something. He cautiously approached the house, afraid she'd jump out at him, assuming he was just another hooligan going somewhere they didn't belong. Not entirely untrue, but not the point. He managed to make it through the busted door frame and into a large, dark room. The wooden floors were rotting. The furniture was old and moldy. Shelves were knocked over with broken glass and damp, crumpled paper scattered all over the rotting wood. Damon did his best trying to navigate through the house without stepping on anything. There was a set of stairs that were blocked by old debris just before another room that looked like a dining area. The condition was the same as the first room, moldy and broken items strewn about. Except for one out-of-place picture frame resting on an out-of-place table. Curious, Damon approached to get a better look. The table was the only thing he could find that wasn't destroyed. It stood upright. All of its legs still intact with only minor scratches along the top. The picture frame had also barely sustained any damage, either from the calamity that destroyed the house, nor the shackles of time. Okay, small error. I believe in this case, you want to say neither from the calamity.
Alright, that actually has been fixed. I did take this into account. That has been fixed. I don't use AO3 on my computer ever. But yes, that one has been fixed. Neither from the calamity nor the shackles of time. Yep, that one has been fixed. Thank you so much, dude. I didn't even notice that.
So, like, maybe put an in right there. I might be wrong. The picture frame had also barely sustained any damage. Either from the calamity that destroyed the house, nor the shackles of time. Neither from the calamity that destroyed the house, nor the shackles of time. I think neither would sound better, but grammar is not my strong suit, I will admit. The picture was of a smiling family, the one that used to live in the house, he assumed. The girl he met 10 years ago was in the picture, along with the man she killed. But the woman in the picture wasn't the one who appeared on the news all those years ago. She had the same hair color as the girl, that same distinct blue, so he assumed they must be related in some way. She never appeared on the news during the incident, though. She looked old enough to be the girl's mother, but if that were the case, then who was the woman she killed? Damon was told both of her parents were dead, so where does this woman come into the picture? Damon decided not to dwell on it for too long, opting to instead leave the house before gravity decided to collapse it on top of him. Very smart. As he walked back to the dirt path, his eyes glazed over at the tree line, where he swore he saw a shadow move. It was probably an animal. Nothing to worry about, just an animal. That didn't stop him from changing course, walking towards the direction of the shadow. There were no physical paths to follow, but somehow Damon managed to convince himself that he wasn't completely lost. He could still hear cars rushing down the highway just outside the woods, which gave him a sense of how far in he was going. He was at least aware of which way was out. Didn't really help that he had absolutely no idea where he was going. He remembered passing what looked like a lake, maybe just a very large pond, who knows. That was the only landmark he had. Eventually, Damon stumbled upon a cave, etched into a cliffside deep within the forest. It was vacant, but inside was a makeshift fireplace, which was unlit, and looked like it hadn't been used all day. There was a half-eaten deer carcass behind the fireplace. The bones laying beside it looked completely clean. The sight made Damon grimace. I don't blame you, dude.
So I wrote a short back in high school that I called a day in the life of a dragon, and it was just a day in Kagi's life, right? And it did indeed include a scene of her hunting and killing a deer. So yeah, good times. I definitely wanted to add that as a chapter, but I don't know if I could fit it in. I don't know. I don't know if I could. But, you know, fun little tidbits.
He looked to the left and then to the right, making sure he didn't just accidentally stumble upon her home. Even if he did, there was no way for him to actually spot her if she were watching him. It still reassured him to check, even if it was in vain. He released the breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. He turned and left the way he came. Damon subconsciously grazed his fingers over the three finger-length scars lining the left side of his forehead. He shouldn't be out in the woods. It was crazy. It was a crazy, stupid idea to think he could find her again. I thought he had 4 marks across his hairline.
Okay, so it was stated that the cuts, so yeah, he did have 4. It was what, the left side? It was the left side. They were right here. He had 4 marks. But it was stated that they were pretty shallow, so I figured that 3 of them turned into scars and 1 of them healed naturally. So that's why there's only 3 rather than 4. 1 of them healed. And that's it. That's literally the only explanation. Yeah, that's it. 1 of them healed.
Unless 1 of them is covered, that's possible.
Hi. Oh my god, hi. How are you doing? Jeez, that scared me. Pretty good? That's good, that's good. Oh my god. Yeah, we're reacting to your VOD today. Thank you so much again for reading it. You have no idea. Ha.
Who knew what she could be capable of this time around? He might not be so lucky if he were to encounter her again. But still, that didn't stop him from thinking about the look in her eyes on that day. His family called her a monster, but Damon disagrees.
I don't know if you saw.
Monster wouldn't have.
But I uploaded chapter 7 yesterday. When watching your VOD, you totally motivated me to finish it, and so I did. So yeah,
eyes full of remorse after committing atrocities. It was an accident.
Aw, thank
She
you.
was scared, she was hurt. Most importantly, she was sorry. Damon sighed as he stopped at the lake he saw earlier. It was one of the only areas illuminated by the bright moonlight. The water was still, reflecting the many stars unseen to the city eyes, and the large crescent moon in a very picturesque way was, in short, beautiful. He suddenly became envious of the one who got to experience sights like this regularly. Damon felt as though he could stare at it forever. That is, until he spotted a figure near the shore of the lake. The figure was waist deep in the water, staring up at okay, I am... I think I can see where this is going. You know what? If this doesn't go the way I think it's going, I will honestly be surprised.
All right. I have a picture. I drew a picture of this scene way back in the day. So I feel like I can show it to you. Whoosh-ow. Yeah, I did this for an art class ages ago. It was watercolor painting. And I did it. I made a better version of it a while back, but I don't have it saved as a PNG, so I used the original drawing instead. But yeah.
Alright, where was I at? Okay. It was a wonder how Damon didn't notice them. What Damon did notice, however, as he glanced down ever so slightly, was a bundle of... Yep.
All right, I'm genuinely curious where you thought this was going. Genuinely curious.
The bundle of clothing. When he looked back up at... Oh my god, I'm really gonna have to read this. When he looked back up at the figure, he noticed their long hair
well,
and ever so
yeah,
slightly
naked lady in the
hourglass
water is
body
about
shape.
right.
Of course he did. Of course he did. Oh my god. As long as I don't read anything too explicit, I think this is fine.
Yeah, don't worry. There won't be anything explicit for a long ass time. The only explicit you're gonna get is explicit the descriptions of violence. That's all I'm good at, is explicit descriptions of violence.
His breath caught in his throat as he slowly retreated behind a nearby tree. Damon tried his best to calm his racing yeah, no joke.
Yeah, you can.
Oh my.
You can really tell where I got most of my inspiration, huh? It's that obvious.
God, I'm trying to keep the absolute shit-eating grin on my face because this is always the funniest part, even though I see this in anime all the time. I don't know why. I'm just like, I'm a sucker for cliches, I guess.
Aw, hell yeah.
All right. Here we go. Damon tried his best to calm his racing heart. He heard a single splash, and then nothing. He waited a minute. Of course he did. I'm sorry. This is just so dumb. He waited a minute before peeking his head out from behind the tree. The bundle of clothing was still there, but the figure had disappeared. And rom-com adventures ensued. Yep. He wondered if they knew he was there and decided to swim out further under the water. He watched for another minute.
My favorite was this comment, rom-com adventures ensue. This is the absolute opposite of a rom-com. Like, sure, I'm trying to keep the romance there, but it is the opposite of a comedy. Not even close.
The figure never resurfaced. His heart began pounding against his ribcage. Oh my god. His heart began pounding against his ribcage. This time, out of fear. He pressed his back up against the tree, wondering what to do. That's when something dropped from the tree. Damon never got the chance to scream, as he was quickly grabbed by the collar and his jacket and pinned up against the tree. He immediately squeezed his eyes shut as soon as he saw his attacker's bare skin. There was a low growl, and Damon immediately knew he was being restrained by. The only noise that escaped his mouth was pathetic, frightened whimpers. Aw, come on. He was lowered slightly,
Let the man
but
be
the growling never
pathetic.
ceased. It grew louder, closer, and Damon could feel... This is so dumb. And Damon could feel her hot breath on his face. Still, he refused to open his eyes. He sent out a silent mental message to his family. Mom, Dad, Dante, I'm sorry, but I'm probably about to die. And then the growling stopped. Damon felt warm fingers tracing the scar on his forehead. The grip on his collar loosened, and his feet finally made contact with the ground again. Damon found himself no longer able to keep his eyes shut. Before him stood a very short girl. Her long blue hair, Oh my god, yeah, I figured that would...
Yo, look, we're trying to keep the rating M, okay? Not R.
be the way it would be. Okay. Fortunately covering her chest. Yeah, because that makes it better for you, my dude. Her face was inches away from his, her deep blue eyes studying his scars. A small squeak replaced the threatening growl, as if she were trying to say something, but didn't quite know how. She let go and took a step back. Damon refused to look anywhere but at her face, specifically her eyes. Those damned eyes. Wow, dude, come on, really? He could see many emotions swirling around in those eyes. Shock, confusion, remorse, longing, and then fear. It seemed as though she didn't know how to express any of them. Looks respectfully.
Yeah, just let
Pretty
him look
much.
respectfully, God.
She swallowed hard before opening her mouth to speak. Her soft, yet scratchy and hoarse voice sounded like it hadn't been used in years. Well, considering she scares everybody off. Oh my god. I'm
Come
not
on,
sure if I'm gonna be
chat.
able to
Why are
get through
you
this
like
without laughing.
this?
Sorry, I'm laughing mostly at you guys, even though like it's only a couple of comments, but oh man. I'm sorry, it's just like this is again, no shade being thrown at you, Starly. It's just like I'm basically looking at this and I'm like, I predicted all of this in my head.
Yeah,
Because
sure,
I don't know,
sure you
it's
did.
pretty standard. It's like when you're trying to write the really respectful character, it's like, okay, do not look any lower than the neckline.
Alright, look, okay? Sometimes when I'm writing my dude characters, I'm like, you know what? These dudes are like too nice to be actual dudes, you know? Like, no offense to dudes. That's it. No offense to dudes, but honestly, y'all would look at Kage's chest. Not Damon. He's a respectable man. We all know Owl would.
Yeah, predictable, not bad. Predictable does not equal bad.
Yay.
Damon? And then she fled.
Papa.
She was obviously shocked.
She gone.
She was confused. Why was he here? The last time she saw him, she sliced his head open. Yeah, that can be a bit of a mood killer. Sure, his family would never let him near her again. So why? Why was he here? But at the same time, she wanted to see him. She wanted to tell him how sorry she was for hurting him. How sorry she was that she couldn't control herself better. But the look of disappointment, of fear, always accompanied these wistful thoughts. Now that she had come face to face with him again, she realized she was afraid to see that look cross his features. And so she did what she did best. She ran. She could hear him calling out to her as she whirled around trees, making noise in one direction before taking off in another. She was using his only reliable source of tracking her, his hearing, against him. Eventually, his voice died out. She skidded to a stop to catch her breath. She strained her ears, listening for his distinct voice or footsteps. Any indication that he was still following her? When she heard none, she let out a deep breath, resting a hand on her chest to calm her racing heart. She climbed the closest tree to figure out her bearings. She wasn't too far away from her cave. Hopping down, she cautiously made her way back, just in case Damon was still following her. She reached her cave relatively quickly. Everything was still in the same place she left it. She strolled over, sitting down next to the fireplace and raising her hand to light it. Kage. Her eyes widened. Her entire body froze. The word hung heavily in the air, threatened to crush her. Buried memories resurfaced, stealing the air from her lungs. How did he even... She turned to look, and sure enough, Damon was standing here, one hand over his eyes, and the other holding a bundle of clothing out to her. Oh, right. Standing again, she shuffled over to him, grabbing her clothes and slipping them on. I'm sorry, this is just funny. She swallowed hard, moving his hand away from his eyes. How... my name? Oh, it was on the news. For a while, all those years ago. She nodded. That made sense. It was a major incident after all.
Nah, don't worry, I get that.
Listen, you, go. What? She turned her back to him. She couldn't bear to see the look on his face. You hate Kage. She could barely find it in herself to choke out her own name. She hated it so much. There was a beat of silence. I don't hate you, Kage. Her eyes widened in disbelief. There was no way he couldn't hate her. She kept her back to him, afraid that if she turned around, she would see...
It's funny because when I read this comment, living in a cave for 10 years, she must smell no river bathing gonna fix that. I was just sitting there like, oh, Chatter doesn't know. Chatter doesn't know. You.
Deception in his eyes. The thought brought old memories to the forefront of her mind. Her vision filled with chilling old men telling her that everything would be fine and that it wouldn't hurt one bit. But Bryn, Dante, hate. She felt a hand resting on her shoulder, followed shortly by a soft, turn around, please. Swallowing the lump forming in her throat, she turned.
Yeah, never trust the
There were
old
no
men.
old men, devious
Never.
eyes, chilling smiles. Just Damon, staring at her with eyes full of sadness. Look, I don't hate you. I don't exactly agree with everything you did back then either, though. He paused to take a deep breath.
I like the fact that you acted out the deep breath before you read it. Sometimes I noticed you did that. You got so into the reading that you wouldn't read the tag in between dialogue. You would just act it out instead. It was really neato. I liked it. It was kind of funny.
But I don't want to go blindly assigning blame. I want to know why you did what you did. I want to know who drove you to this. Most importantly, I just want to
Yeah,
help
it's the voice acting experience.
She flinched at that word. Help. Nothing good ever came from it. People never wanted to help her. People only ever wanted to use
Help.
her. Growling, she spat
Right,
out,
Mavis?
no help. Damon was taken aback. What? Help back. And with that, she turned her back on him. She sat herself down next to the fireplace, raising her hand with her palm facing the unlit wood. Without warning, her hand jerked forward slightly, and a ball of fire shot out from her palm, igniting the wood. The action caused...
Sorry, that was me reenacting the motion. And there was the fire.
Damon to jump. She looked at Damon, staring deep into his
She
eyes,
cast, yeah, she did cast
hoping
fireball.
to convey the message she couldn't with her voice alone. Do you truly want to help me? Or do you also want to slice me open? There was a long silence. Damon shifted uncomfortably, but she was used to silence. Silence would never be anything but welcoming to her. She eventually broke eye contact, concluding that he wasn't able to pick up on her silent plea. She turned away, deciding she'd seen enough of his face. Ouch! Go. But Kage, go.
When writing, I didn't even realize how that was gonna be interpreted. Oops.
Go away. Stop saying that name. Her shoulders tensed up. She found herself screwing her eyes shut, despite not even facing the man. She heard him suck in a deep breath. Another beat of silence, followed by, "All right, I'll leave. I'll see if I can stop by again soon, so don't disappear on me again, okay?" She didn't know what was wrong with him. He had a home, a family, a life. He didn't need to waste his time on something like her. She was
There she
perfectly
goes.
content being alone. She was always alone, and would always be alone. There was nothing he could do to change that fact, and yet she couldn't quell her desire to see him again. He was just as much of an enigma to her as she was to him. Okay. He let out a relieved sigh. She couldn't see it, but he was probably smiling. "All right then, I'll see you later." He left before she could respond. She wasn't going to anyway, and he probably knew that. She turned her head to where he once stood, confirming he was actually gone. Before staring into the warm glow of the lit fireplace, her lips curled into a small smile for a moment. Fire was the closest connection she had to her deceased mother, and she often found herself seeking out its warmth when she required consolation or guidance from someone who was no longer with her. She sought out her guidance then, and she could do it again now. "Mom, what? Do? Mom, please help me. I don't know what to do or how to feel. He's the first one, aside from you, wants to form a genuine connection with me. I don't know what he sees in me, especially after what I did to him." The fire flickered aimlessly in front of her. She sucked in a deep breath. I'm scared he might be faking it, Mom. I'm scared he's going to send me back to them. I don't want to go back. She waited for some sort of sign to appear in the midst of the flames. This song is pretty fitting. Telling her how to approach the situation. She'd seen it back then, when she escaped from them, when she sought revenge on her father for betraying her and her mother. The flames always told her what to do, so why? Why wasn't there anything appearing now? Why wasn't her mother helping her? "Mom, please." She choked out, not realizing tears had already begun to stream down her face. The fire continued to flicker, and after a moment, she gave up waiting for help that would never come. Her body trembled as tears continued to pour out of her eyes. She covered her mouth, attempting to muffle the hiccups and sobs. Mom starts dancing number.
Chat,
Attempting
why?
to muffle the hiccups and sobs that escaped her lips. Even her own mother, the one who swore to always be there for her, had abandoned her. She was fully and truly alone. Allowing the fire to die out, she took off her shirt. She crumpled it into a ball before resting her head on it. She was exhausted,
Bad mom.
both mentally and physically. A lot of things happened that she never would have expected to happen. She didn't realize that talking to someone, even for a short period of time, could be so draining. I feel that. Heaving a sigh, she turned her back to the world, and Kage fell asleep. All right, that was chapter 2.
Alright. Do I have anything to say about Chapter 2? I said it earlier, but Chapter 2 was originally a draft of Chapter 1, which is where the summary comes from. I pulled it from this chapter because I already had it written. And I'm not clever at all. Nope, I don't think there was anything else to say about it. Yeah, there was nothing really that interesting to say about it. Substar, I'd stay, but teeth pain is stopping me, unfortunately, so stopping by should help at least. Alright, well, thank you, Anna. How you doing? Other than your teeth being in pain. Come here. Come here.
Discuss!
Disgusting! Oh, you're a fool. Oh, here you go.
Okay, so my main thing I want to know here is, how old are the characters now?
Okay. Characters are 20 years old. Another thing I said earlier was they were originally teenagers, but I hate the trope of teenagers saving the world, so I made them adults instead.
Because I'm still confused, because when we started the story, alright, so it said that they were about 10. And it's been almost 10 years. Now, I don't know if maybe what was actually going on is that Starly just kind of rounded up a number.
Yes.
Or if it's actually been around 10 years. So
It's been around 10 years.
Damon would be 20.
Yes.
Dude, you were 20... I'm sorry. 20 years old, and apparently his family was still like, yeah, don't go into the forest.
Again, it was out of respect for his family that he didn't go into the forest. As you know, later on, there was something with his dad. You haven't read Chapter 7 yet, so you don't know exactly what that is. That was also probably a factor in the fact that he didn't go to the forest. There was a lot of factors going into it. His parents' wishes, still like he was very interested in her, but that doesn't change the fact that he would still be a little afraid of her, which is why, like, he said that he wasn't courageous enough to go until that day. Grievous mistake buying Apex's new legend with the wrong currency, making myself unable to get the BP. Not the best of days. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh. So yeah, you have a convincing argument that yeah, he is 20 years old, and why is he still listening to his parents? But I'm 22 and I still listen to my mom.
Don't go into the forest.
Don't do
go
it.
into the forest.
Don't do it.
I mean, okay, that, you know what? I guess I can't be too harsh on it. It's just like, you know, respecting his parents' wishes, I guess. And he was legitimately afraid of her, so a fair interpretation.
No, I
The
did a
song just
thumbs
unlocked
up.
some flashbacks. A couple of other things. So, we know that what eventually led him to finding her cave was that he saw a shadowy figure. So, my ultimate question is, and based on what all I can tell, is that she can't possibly be the shadowy figure because she wasn't aware that, you know, he was anywhere nearby. So what was up with that? Or was he just seeing shadow where there wasn't a shadow?
So you actually bring up a good point here, and it's something that I actually never thought of. So, like initially when I was writing it, I was like, oh, it's just Kage, right? But you make a good point. Like, she didn't know he was there, so that couldn't have been her, right? And then it got me thinking, oh, maybe it was, I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe he was seeing things. I don't know. So now you've got me thinking about my own work and how I put little thought into it.
Because of his paranoia. But considering it basically led him to exactly where he needed to go, I assume not. It's also possible that she just blitzed by and didn't notice him.
That also could be it. She blitzed by and didn't notice. I think my initial thought on that was she saw him, she left, she went to take a bath, and she wasn't expecting him to stay in the forest, right? So that also could have been it. Again, I don't remember. I don't know if you saw the published date. It was 2020. I've also been working on this story for... Oh god, how long has it been? It was like 2014. I'm gonna do something about this, even though it's hard to handle. Alright, no problem, Anna. Thank you. Hope you have a good day. I've been working on this since about 2014 to 2016. Somewhere in that area. A lot of ideas have come and gone. And I don't remember everything that I put to page, right? It's hard to remember everything.
But something was in the forest and led him to her, as far as I can tell. And if that's the case, I'm curious as to how much of a part it actually plays in the story. Or if it was just a plot device in this case.
I'm thinking it's a plot device. It definitely could end up being Ashura. It could end up being Ash. Heck if I know. I have to unplug my laptop, so give me 1 second. Don't mind all the Kage pictures, by the way. Yeah.
What about you guys? You guys have anything you would like to comment on about the story?
Would you like some Maynards? I'll ship them some Maynards.
I want to give everybody a chance to comment so that way we have a genuine discussion. I wonder if I should like...
Yeah, the awkward
kinda
silence
curious,
of
like,
waiting.
what,
It makes me feel bad because if I was there, then I definitely could have been adding some input to the conversation rather than you just waiting in silence for 5 minutes before starting the next chapter. I'm really upset that I missed it.
Starly wrote into the notes. Oh, they had to replot their whole story.
I
Oh,
did
dear.
indeed have to do that.
I've
I said that I had to, but actually I didn't. From chapter 2 onward, the story is out of control. I no longer have any control over it. It's gone. We're vaguely following the plot line.
had that happen before. That's probably one of the hardest parts about when you're basically writing as you go. You're not really plotting everything out.
So I initially wrote a plotline because I'm also writing a prequel and a sequel alongside it. Kind of. I mean, the sequel is like it's mostly done. The prequel, not so much. I'm still figuring out how I want to work with the prequel, especially considering that I wanted to do a release order of A Tale of One Shadow, the prequel, and then the sequel. So by writing them all at the same time, it means that I do not run into the problem of consistency. Nothing is, like, everything will be consistent with each other, right? We're not gonna have that something from the prequel is going to invalidate something from the main story, right? So that's basically why I'm doing that. Also, I wrote the sequel for a writing project in high school. We don't talk about that. Going Star Wars on this. I don't know if I'd call it going Star Wars, but it's because I'm writing with, like, I already know where, like, how I'm gonna end this, right? It's just getting there is the problem. I already know the ending of my story. And yeah, it's the stuff in between. And because I know the ending of my story, making the sequel is easy. Right? Prequel, not so much.
Because a lot of the times the story just kind of takes a life of its own.
It does.
It's one of my favorite methods to write, but it gets really tricky because it's like there's a massive change to the story from one point to another, where it's like it feels like even though you ended up with chapter 1 of one story, the second chapter doesn't really feel like it fits in. Sometimes it's more of a snowball effect and it happens gradually, but sometimes it happens all at once. All right, here we go. Chapter 3, Language. Kage wasn't sure what to expect.
It's good to know that nobody's noticed my chapter naming scheme yet. Ha ha ha.
When Damon appeared in front of her cave one early morning, a couple days after their last exchange. She quickly rubbed the sleep from her eyes to make sure his sudden appearance wasn't just a figment of her imagination. The second she rolled over to face him, he dropped the bags he was holding and moved to cover his eyes. She could see his flushed cheeks peeking out from behind his palms.
Yeah.
She opened her mouth.
I initially wasn't planning to have chapter titles, but AO3 gives you the option, or it doesn't really give you the option, you have to put titles. And so I have a naming scheme, right, for my chapters. I won't tell you what it is. That's for the end of the story. Oh, you can't even see them. God damn it. There's a Dropbox. You can't even see it. Okay, well, whatever. Well, you'll see them as we go.
To question
yeah.
him. But he
Oh, wait, we started a new chapter and we forgot to spin the wheel. Hold on, we gotta spin the wheel first. Come on, load, Chrome, load! You can do it! Fox, this is your first time seeing this. We have this thing called the Wheel of Death, where I have every single character.
It's just an ordinary crabby.
We have this thing, it's usually channel point redeem, where I have all of my characters from all of my stories, and we spin the wheel, and it kills one of them. Who are we killing today, boys? No, Jade, not Jade, not Jade, no! Jade! Jade! No! Alright.
Her off, not noticing her attempt to speak. Sorry, but can you, look, can you please put your shirt back on?
Exactly. Yeah, this is so accurate. Don't worry, it doesn't actually affect who dies in the story. It's just a fun little thing that we have going on. Hi, Sententaku? Your name's so hard to say, but hi, how are you doing? Welcome in.
Okay, I paraphrased on that one, but it's like, I feel like this is how I would say it. Oh, she sat up, unrolling her shirt that she frequently used as a pillow. and shaking any excess dirt off before putting it on. She grunted an affirmation to let him know he was okay to look. Damon slowly peeked through the cracks of his fingers before sighing in relief, picking
you're
up his bags,
Satanta.
and strolled over to her and sat down.
Oh.
Thanks. Sorry for asking. I bet you're not used to wearing
thank you,
it.
Satanta.
I just feel super awkward looking at a shirtless girl, you know? Fair? Kage tilted her head in confusion. What did her being a girl have to do with anything? She always thought that males and females were practically the same, not including the reproductive organs, so what was his problem with her seeing her without a shirt? Didn't her torso look exactly like his? Yeah, again, I didn't say it before, but I was like, we're gonna have like some serious confusion on this one where she's trying to figure out where it's, because I was like, hold on, she grew up in most of the wild. Like, I doubt she has the same conventions about clothing that he does. And I was like, I was waiting for us to get to that point.
She sees clothing as mostly an inconvenience. She's like, why this? Huh? Why do I gotta put this on, huh?
Now that she looked a little closer, she noticed his torso was a little broader than hers. His muscle mass seemed a lot higher than hers too. She was almost jealous. If he ever decided to put some work into those muscles, he could probably hold his own in a fight against her. Probably. Not that she ever wanted to fight him. She also noticed that his chest was completely flat, unlike hers. Oh, Lord of all Sloths had some...
Alright, okay. So, yes, she's not flat-chested. Despite what Lord of all Sloths thought, she's definitely not flat-chested. She has a very hard time flying with these things in the way. Poor girl. The time, it really was. It really was.
Interesting timing. I love the timing of that. Lord of all Sloths goes, oh, she flat. And I get to come over here and read about how, unlike hers, that had two small mounds of flat protruding from her chest that seemed to get in the way of her daily life. Ah! Ah, yes, the reverse Goku. Apparently. Oh, man. Where was I at? Okay. It seemed they were more different than she initially thought. Damon noticed the sour expression that crossed her face and immediately panicked, his face flushing a deep crimson. Oh God, I didn't mean to make you self-conscious. It's not that I don't want to...
Gage is good representation of Kage's chest.
No way for me to get out of reading this.
Or sorry, Ganyu, okay. No, she's not that big.
I don't think there's a way. Oh my God, this is...
Yo, leave him alone. He's never seen a naked woman before.
Oh my God. I have undertaken hell. Oh God, I didn't mean to make you self-conscious. It's not that I don't want to look at your boobs, but I just don't know you very well, and that's the sort of thing couples do, and... She held out her hand to stop his nonsensical tirade. Thank you, Kage. Please stop him. Oh, man.
And yeah, don't mind the random Kage pictures that we're putting up.
Seriously, why does half the things he says not make any sense to her? His mouth snapped shut, his face burning in embarrassment. Why here? He was taken aback. It seemed that in his ramblings, he completely forgot that she could speak. It took him a moment to collect himself before sheepishly reaching into his bags and pulling out a stack of books as well as a couple bottles of water. Well, I was hoping I could help you learn to speak better. Now it was her turn to be taken aback. He was going to teach her how to talk? She certainly didn't see that coming. She didn't see a point, though, as if she was as she was never going to leave the
Oh,
forest
that
on
was
her
your
own
game. I
accord.
thought that was
So
Kiwi.
what was the point of teaching her how to talk properly if she was never going to talk to anyone but him? Lie. He turned away from her, his blush returning to his cheeks. I do the voice act the flustered dude a little too well. I have no good reply to that.
Hey, babe, what you doing?
He turned away from her, his blush returning to his cheeks. Well, I
Here
want
she
to
is,
know more
chat.
about you. The soft clinking of metal rang in her ears, and for a split second, Damon's face became that of a balding old man with wide, curious yet crazed eyes. A chill shot down her spine as his innocent words replayed in her.
Ah, you're right. Too many flustered characters. I see. My characters are all like awkward beans. Yeah. Kiwi, no, you can't. Kiwi, no. Ugh. You can't. That's where the candy goes, not you. Yeah, that's a good girl. Say hi to chat. Yeah, fine. There you go.
Her brain in a more sinister voice she thought she had long forgotten. I want to know more about you.
Why did you say
If
it
Damon
like that?
noticed her hesitance, he certainly didn't
Oh,
say
no,
anything
wait.
about
I
it.
know why you
She
said it like
swallowed
that.
hard.
Never mind. I wasn't
She
paying
wanted
attention.
to trust him. He never displayed any intentions of harming her the way they did, but it was never that easy. The last time she allowed herself to trust, she ended up hurting him and his family. But he was putting his trust in her by coming back, by treating her like she hadn't tried to split his head open like a watermelon all those years ago.
Yeah, it really does sound a bit weird. I want to get to know you. Or I want to know more about you. It really did sound a little bit weird.
Oh. Okay, sorry, that's not what it said. Split his head open all those years ago by treating her like a person rather than a monster. The least she could do was repay him with a little trust of her own.
Stop that.
She shot him a skeptical look before hesitantly asking, "No lie?" He broke out into a sheepishly cheesy grin, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly while answering, "I'm a terrible liar."
100% her thighs can split a watermelon. 100%.
Smiling gently back at him, Kage decided to take a leap of faith. Okay. Don't believe him, Kage. It could be a lie. He could be lying about being a terrible liar. The next 2 months were some of the most grueling months of her life. Who knew that learning how to speak also meant learning more words from the language she spoke? She only knew very few words, something that her mother taught her and some she picked up at the hospital place, so a lot of their lesson time was spent with Damon trying to explain what the words he was using.
Valid concern. I agree with the idiot on screen. What, you think Damon's a liar? You think he's a lying liar pants? Well, he's not.
Meant. It took a
Oh.
lot of time, effort, children's education material, and water bottles, but he finally got her using somewhat coherent sentences. It was a step in the right direction, and he was proud of her. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Good. You think you can try it without tripping over your words? The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Kage he sighs as they finished up for the day. Language lessons were certainly tough on her. There were so many words she didn't know existed, and some of them seemed impossible to say. How the heck does one even pronounce Balagna?
That is the spelling for baloney, my good friend. Okay. All right. Lasagna. You're right. She does not. Bologna. Bologna. Bologna is the spelling for bologna. Yeah, it's all silent. Bologna. I was trying to maintain my scratchy voice, which did not work with jumbling my words. Yeah. Yeah, she looks at the word Bologna and she's like, the fuck does that mean? Damon
Some
hucks a
letters
piece of meat
were
at her.
tough on her, so outside of lessons, she always opted to shorten words as much as she could.
Bologna.
As long as the message got across, she was satisfied. She finished off her water bottle. Damon was slowly putting the books back in his bags, seemingly distracted. Dropping her empty water bottle into one of the bags, she leaned over and poked Damon on the cheek.
Boop.
He blinked a few times before glancing over at her.
Bologna.
Something on your mind, Damon? Oh, it's, nothing. Don't worry about it. Kage's eyes narrowed at him and he flinched slightly. He knew she wouldn't be
It's
satisfied with his answer.
pronounced
Sighing, he reached into his bag and pulled
What?
out a thin object. It's just, I found this at the old house before I ran into you that night. I guess it's been bothering me, but I didn't know how to bring it up. As soon as she laid eyes on the picture, she had to resist the urge to burn it on the spot. It was a reminder, a painful reminder of what her life could have been. So what is it bothering you? So what about it is bothering you? She managed to ask through clenched teeth. Even Damon could tell it was rough for her. I guess if it's not too much trouble, I'd like to know who these people are and what happened to them. She should have seen it coming the moment the picture frame was placed in her hands. He did say he wanted to know more about her, hence the reason for him sticking around and giving her lessons on speech and language. Still, she wasn't sure if this was a conversation she was ready to have. It is too much trouble, she muttered. Damon took that as his cue to drop the topic. She placed the picture frame on the ground, taking a deep breath before saying, "But if you must know, they are my parents." Damon looked down at the smiling family in the picture. His assumptions were correct after all, but the man in the photo was the one in the news all those years ago, which meant, yes, they are both dead. Her sharp voice cut through his thoughts. Kage pulled her knees up to her chest, wrapping her arms around her legs and resting her head on her kneecaps. Anxiety formed in the pit of Damon's stomach. He swallowed, almost afraid to respond. But that means you killed your father. She shrugged, seemingly unbothered. I did. A chill shut down his spine. He could never imagine killing his own father, no matter the circumstances. It just didn't sit right with him. He pushed his growing fear to the back of his mind as he asked his next question. But why? Kage's expression became unreadable as he pondered his question why. Why? It was a very simple answer, one Damon might not take too lightly. How might he react? Would he be angry? Run from her in terror? Send her back to that place? She clenched her teeth. She didn't even want to respond. Kage, why did you kill him? She growled at the mention of her name. It seemed Damon wouldn't let her out of his question without an answer. Inhaling deeply through the nose and exhaling through the mouth, she attempted to calm her nervous body before finally opening her mouth to respond in the best way she could.
I see you reading
Okay, I read
ahead
a little
there.
bit ahead, and uh-oh.
Kage servant when lasagna. Oh, first you couldn't help it. I could tell. I kept seeing you pause to read ahead and I'm like, no! First we're getting what? Foreigner Monty, now we're getting Kage. What would she even be? Berserker, probably? Most likely, yeah.
My father, that man, left us. Damon's face went blank as he processed her words. Then his expression changed from shocked, then to confused, then to anger. He jumped to his feet. What? You killed him because your parents got a divorce? That's the most, Damon, ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Are you kidding me?
Aw,
Damon,
nice.
listen. No, I don't want to hear what you have to say after that petty excuse for taking a life. A loud slap echoed through the forest. Damon brought a hand up to rub his now stinging cheek. He glanced over at Kage. Her whole body was trembling, her lip quivering, her eyes glossy. She grabbed him by the collar of his jacket, bringing him down to her eye level.
Instead of slapping him, she sets him on fire.
You don't know a thing, so shut up for a second. Damon was shocked to say the least. He hadn't seen her like this since that day 10 years ago. She looked as though she were doing her best to stay composed, but even her body was betraying her will.
Yes.
She let out a shaky breath.
No,
When Mom
she's
was
gonna set him
killed,
on fire.
He left without a second thought, and then he left me at that place. She swallowed hard, trying to suppress some unwanted memories before continuing. When I got out, he was with another woman. He looked so much happier than he ever did with me and Mom. I just got so mad. She roughly shoved him away from her, almost causing him to trip over his own bag. I killed him, Damon. He hurt me, so I killed him. Are you happy with that? Before he could even usher out a response, her eyes narrowed and a low growl rumbled from the back of her throat.
Sussy.
No, forget it. Just get out of here. Her body was visibly trembling. Her fingers were stiff and twitchy. Her breathing was deep and ragged. If he looked close enough, he could have sworn he saw steam coming off her. He was afraid she was going to transform into the monster he hadn't seen in almost 10 years, right then and there. But get the fuck out of here. Oh dear, she's cursing. Damon, what the hell kind of language are you teaching her?
Okay. So it wasn't actually Damon who taught her that word, and we'll get to that in the next section that's coming up. But yeah, just know it wasn't Damon. Damon did not. My man has Stockholm syndrome. No, he does not have Stockholm syndrome.
He didn't want to stay to find out. Damon scrambled
not
away from
Damon.
her as fast as he could, not even bothering to stop and grab his bags. Her voice reverberated through his skull, pushing his body to go faster.
Reverberated.
He hadn't seen her that angry since the day she'd almost sliced his head open. Once Damon was out of sight, Kage slumped to her knees. It wasn't his fault. She would always push him away out of pure instinct. She was destined to be alone. So why did that frightened look in his eyes hurt her more than those doctors ever did? You're pathetic. Leave me alone.
Ooh.
Are you...
Okay, so I want to talk about this section real quick. So, initially, it was going to be written in third person like everything else, but I started writing it in first person because, like, I always write in third person. I like it a lot better than third person or first person. I think first person is very limited as a writing style. But I felt that first person actually worked for this segment. And I really like how it came out, so I just decided to stick with it. I know it might be confusing to switch from third to first. And I'm surprised you didn't mention it at all. But I think it does make sense as you finish the section, and that it's implied that it was a dream.
You waiting for someone to rescue you? No one will. You know what you have to do. What? Kill them. It was hard to see. It was hard to even walk. I got so many strange looks, so many people trying to stop to ask me if I was all right. But I was most definitely not all right. Nor did I have the words to convey that to them. Oh my God, are you okay? You're covered in blood. Leave me alone. Stay here. I'm gonna call the police, okay? We're gonna get you some help. Leave me alone. He called out to me as I wriggled out of his light grip and ran.
Yeah,
Didn't
no
look back.
therapy.
I
We
couldn't.
die like men.
I was finally
Or
freed from that
dragon
horrible place,
girls.
and he wanted to send me straight back. I couldn't bear the thought. So instead, I returned home to the man I once called my father. How long has it been? Does he miss me? Does he miss Mom? I could only wonder as I knocked on the door. What the fuck are you doing here?
So she says she says a bad word, and then we are immediately thrown into a flashback where she hears said bad word. I wonder where she learned it from. Chat? Huh. I wonder where she learned it from. Yeah, okay. Yeah, see, you got it. As long as you get it, that's all I'm going. You did not comment on it. You did not comment on it. So, yes, that is where she learned the bad word.
Father? I got rid of you. They said they'd lock you up. How the fuck did you get out? You need to get out of here before my wife sees you. But it was too late. She did see me. Of course, she had many questions about why a bloody child showed up at their doorstep. He had no excuses. He told her it was nothing to worry about and then tried to hush me out the door.
Bro, what is your thing with Damon, huh? Yo, what did he do to you?
Oh boy.
You like to just blame him, gotcha.
The moment he laid his hands on me, memories of this man came floating back into my mind. All the scars and bruising from years gone by began to ache at his touch.
Okay.
I want
Whoever said damn daddy issues, fuck you. How did you know?
wanted to just run away again. Leave my past behind.
That was
my mother,
Slots.
him,
Lord of
that
all
horrible
Slots.
place.
Fuck you.
But before
How
I
did you
could,
know?
Her voice rang through my head loud and clear. Kill them. And so that's what I did. With that, I ran off to
Get
my
a bad
true
experience with Damon
home, with every
once.
last piece of my past eradicated.
Damon
It
is
was
just
never really that
existing.
easy.
He's just here.
Somehow, someone had seen my horrific actions done to that man, his wife, and his home. Now I have vehicles with loud sirens and flashing lights chasing me as I spring down the highway. They were gaining ground on me fairly quickly, so I stopped for a moment, bracing myself for the ripping and tearing of bones and flesh as I summoned my wings. It was a sensation I would never truly get used to, but I figured I could outpace them if I flew instead of ran. Things never truly go according to plan because as soon as I got in the air, gunshots were also fired. I did my best to avoid them, but one ended up going straight through my right wing, causing me to lose altitude almost immediately. I crashed into the road, the pavement scratching every bit of my bare skin on my body. Fortunately for me, I landed right in the path to my home. Unfortunately for me, I didn't notice the vehicle barreling down the highway as I leapt for the path. The vehicle ran right into my ribcage and I flipped over the top of the vehicle, landing right on the pavement again. I couldn't breathe. I was coughing and wheezing and hacking up blood. I truly thought I was going to die at that moment. The sirens were catching up, and I decided that I couldn't die just yet. Raising myself on unsteady legs, I took off down the path on all fours. It was a relatively long path, but it felt like forever trying to reach the house. And then something unexpected happened. I ran into two boys. Literally, the one with the stoic green eyes behind thick frames, and the one with the kind onyx eyes who looked at me with fear and concern.
I actually had to do a lot of research on twin biology because when I was showing my friends my character designs, Damon and Dante, they look pretty much the exact same except they have different eye colors and Dante wears glasses. And one of my friends was all like, oh, then they can't be twins because they don't look exactly the same. But twins don't need to look exactly the same. There are identical twins that can have different eye colors. So yeah, screw you. Do your research, chat. Don't let anyone tell you what's right and what's wrong.
He opened his mouth, but I could barely make out what he was saying. The ringing of my ears was too loud.
Yeah,
Then he
exactly.
looked me dead in the eyes. His voice echoed directly through my head. Kage? Huh? Kage! What? Wake up! She awoke with a start. The first thing she saw was that same fear-stricken and concerned face of his, illuminated by the pale moonlight. He helped her up and wrapped her in a soft embrace. She wasn't quite sure why, until she felt the tears still rolling down her cheeks. Her heart was also racing, and her breathing seemed uneven. I don't know what kind of dream you were having, but it's okay. You're safe now. It was a common dream, but it still rattled her sometimes. This must have been one of those times. She wondered for a
Yeah.
moment why he had even come back, so she noticed his bags from earlier still sitting at the entrance to her cave. Ah, he must have come back for them. That makes sense. He held her for quite some time. It felt like hours, but she knew it had only been minutes. Neither of them dared to speak to break the silence. Eventually, he released her from the embrace, giving her room to breathe and calm down. She began to wipe the tears and snot from her face when Damon finally broke the silence. You okay? She stared him in the eyes. His face was etched with nothing but concern for her. He was truly an enigma, coming back even after she pushed him away and after she threatened to attack him. Yet he still cared when she was having a disturbing dream. Kage let a relaxed smile rest on her face. Maybe, just maybe, I'll be okay.
I'm not quite sure about that one, Satanta. Not sure about that one at all. Alright, so you kept skipping my... You kept skipping my, my notes at the bottom. Hi, Kiwi. Oh, please don't sit there. But these two chapters were 8 months apart. Also, since I posted chapter 2, that was when I started streaming on Twitch, so yay! It was. And chapter 4 was already started, but it still took a while for me to get it out. Yay! Cough, cough.
Alright, so that was chapter 3 of A Tale of One Shadow. Ooh. I'm not so sure I can read this chapter.
Oh no, the lemons. Alright. If you're not sure if there's explicit sexual content, check the tags. There was no tags that said there was explicit sexual content, and I wasn't just gonna throw that in chapter 4 out my chest. But yes. Yeah, that is true. Some people don't always tag, and I was worried that people would get the wrong idea when clicking on this chapter. And it seems my worries were correct. Oh my god. Anyways, I wanted to go grab a special guest to come join us for this chapter, so if you guys would give me a couple minutes, I'm gonna go grab him.
So you know that we out there, swatting lights in the naked. Can't move fast without breaking. Can't hold on our life for change. And our voices ring out, yeah. Took that mask off to be free. Fought it out in the debris. Now we know that love will change.
Alright, I'm back. Okay, are you guys ready? got some new people, so you probably don't know. Alright, here he is. This is my son. His name is Monty. And if you read the chapter, you'll know why he's joining us for it. You wanna say hi to chat? Yeah? You knew it? Hi, Babu. Yes, so this is my baby boy, Monty. And he's just gonna... Okay, you do that, buddy. Hello, Monty. Can you say fox? No, because he can't speak. Clapping intensifies.
What are the chances that that title is referring to actual lemons?
It is not. 100%. Actually, wait, yes, it is. It's referring to actual lemons. Kind of. Wait, okay, hold on a minute. When did the education system ever succeed? Good question.
All right, but let's talk about chapter 3. So, chapter 3, of course, reveals a nice little bit of tension. We get to learn more about Near Zero. Thank you,
Oh,
Mom.
I'm sorry.
We got to learn a bit more about her relationship with her father, or lack of one. We're still left kind of in the dark as to exactly where she escaped from. My best guess is a government facility that tried to dissect her.
No, I shouldn't say anything. Although you're kind of right. You're kind of right. And you do get to see that in chapter 6, where you get to. Kind of right, kind of wrong. Monty, I hope you don't pee on me. That would suck.
And that's the best I can think of. But otherwise, it was a pretty interesting chapter. I don't really have much else to say. I liked it, and I am already looking forward to the next one. Where does this take place? I think that it's just a fictional town, because it says the Damon shredded down the busy streets of Ikara.
Yes, fictional place. Hi, Owl, welcome back. 100% fictional, at least as far as I'm aware. Owl, you're never gonna guess who came out to say hi. It's Monty. Ugh. There you go.
I don't know where exactly that would be if it's a real place. So far, I've been imagining it in a small town, so perhaps surrounded by forest or kind of place. I don't necessarily believe that it's like a big city type deal, but at the very least, maybe...
No, that's Icarus.
Maybe a medium-sized town. I don't know. The source is that they made it the fuck up.
100% correct.
Damon, I don't think this is a good idea. Damon shredded down the busy streets of Ikara, the place he called home. Kage cautiously...
Also, I prefer to pronounce it Ikora? 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 I don't know. Now you've got me saying it weird. Ikora. Ikora? I think it's Ikora. Ikora is how I used to say it. But yes, it is a fictional place that I made up. You learn later that they're in a kingdom. It's a country that is ruled by one guy. Hi!
Straggling behind him. She was already nervous and... I'm sorry, did my dude just literally bring a girl who was first up, did this dude literally bring a girl who is wanted for murder out into public?
Look, okay, Damon is not the brightest berry in the bushel, okay? Alright, sometimes he makes bad decisions. No, Babu, come here. Come here. Ugh.
I can't tell if this dude just has some serious balls or he is dumb as fuck.
Oh, he's dumb as bricks.
Like, it cannot be forgotten. She is wanted for murder. It has been 10 years, so that's true. Not only that, technically speaking, she was a minor, so even if she did commit a murder, considering how young she was, she more than likely would just be let off with saying it was a, it would be probably brought down to more of a misdemeanor and probably viewed as an accident above all else.
How are they gonna prove what she is, huh? How are they gonna prove it, huh? Sure, they got one video, but that's about it. What you gonna do about it?
So, it's not like she would actually, get in prison for it. They probably let her out with some counseling. Alright. She was already nervous enough due to the events that had taken place years prior, but all the people made it so much worse. She hadn't been around so many people at once in years, and it filled her with a new kind of uneasiness that rocked her to her very core. Nonsense. It's been almost a decade. I doubt anyone will recognize you. What about your parents? Or, sorry, your mom or your brother?
Okay, so there was actually a typo here, where it says he huffed, catching up with him and latching onto his arm. I actually changed. I actually fixed it. Finally, I wrote she huffed. Finally fixing that. Fucking, I don't know why I never went back and fixed it, but it's finally done. Can't see it. There we go. Right there. Finally. Be proud of me, chat. I did a lot yesterday.
He huffed, catching up with him and latching onto his arm. Not the only thing I'm worried about. Damon insisted on bringing her to Ikora to buy her some new clothing. For what use she had for clothing, she wasn't sure, and he sure as hell wasn't telling her. But no matter how much she protested, Damon would... I want to make a joke that, I kind of want to make a joke that he's especially wanting to take her to the lingerie store.
I used to like huffing
Damon
Sharpies.
wouldn't seem to back down on this. He led her straight to a bustling marketplace. Shops...
Yeah, I don't know why that I never fixed that. I don't even know how that happened in the first place. But here we are. But I finally fixed it. So.
And vendors with every type of product available filled the street. But to Kage, it was just a huge mass of people. She didn't even need to step foot on the street for the noise to burn her sensitive ears. It was already a lot to handle. The noise, the smells, the bright LED billboards, but this might be just too much for her. Just as Damon was about to take a step forward toward the sea of people, Kage tugged on his arm, shaking her head violently. He gave her a reassuring smile before practically dragging her along. Oh, yeah. I mean, she definitely doesn't. So, yeah, I mean, it's completely fair. I'm just saying I wanted to make a joke about it.
Spook you.
And boy, was it
Yeah,
ever
you guys immediately
loud.
thinking of getting lingerie.
Thousands of voices filled her head all at the same
What's
time.
wrong with you,
They
chat?
squeezed in between masses of bodies as they attempted to navigate the busy street. This sounds less like a small town and more like a big city.
Yeah. So Ikora is a city. Ikora is a big city that Damon lives in. And it used to be a small town, but it grew to be a big merchant city. What are you doing, you little goofball? And there's another place that we haven't gone to yet that's a small town. And then there's the capital, which is where the castle is. Because this place is ruled over by one guy. No, we're not going near Kiwi. You go this way. I had a map. I don't know where the map went.
She could barely hear Damon when he spoke to her. His voice was just another mingled in with the millions that pierce her head and cause it to ache. She lost her grip on it.
This is also me describing how I feel when I become overwhelmed in public. I hate it. That's why I carry these headphones everywhere. Because I genuinely cannot deal with lots of voices. I get overwhelmed very easily. So writing this was very easy for me to do.
His hand when someone ran into her. She almost lost her footing and probably would have yelled at them if it weren't for the fact that she could now use her free hands to cover her ears to at least try and block out the noise. But no matter how hard she pushed her palms into her ears, the loud, ceaseless chattering would still make it through. Groaning loudly, or at least what she thought might have been loud, but she wasn't so sure. At that point, she crouched down in an attempt to make herself as small as possible. Nobody even noticed her as they went about their own busy days. She felt the urge to scream. Midwest Canada weapon guns. Oh dear. Then, through a pair of passing legs, she noticed something. There was a man with his own little stand set up in the midst of the marketplace. His stand consisted of creatures she'd never seen before, locked up in cages of all sorts. Small, furry quadrupeds, some that looked sort of like the wild wolves she'd seen before, but at the same time, so much different. Some that were smaller with pointed ears and judgmental eyes.
The small quadrupeds that had pointed ears and judgmental eyes, those cats. Just so you know.
Some that looked like birds, but bigger with more vibrant colors. But what caught her attention was something that reminded her of herself. She crawled out of the crowd and made her way toward the stand. She didn't even acknowledge the man's greeting as she approached the big glass box sitting on the main table. Inside, underneath a cave-looking object, was a small, scaly creature. It had a long body that was curled up. She didn't see any legs, but its small head was sticking out of the entrance to the small cave, staring back at her. Its small, forked tongue flicked out, then into its mouth as it slowly inched out of the small cave towards her. It stopped inches from the glass and continued to stare at her while flicking its tongue. She reached out and placed her fingers on the glass. So this is a regular Harry Potter moment. Wow. never seen that thing so
Actually not. I needed an excuse to write a snake into the story. because in between chapters 2 and chapter 3, it was about 8 months, I started streaming, and I also got a pet snake. Who is this little man you see right here? You get down. Get out of here. Go on. Get out of here, fucking cat. So I just wanted a snake in the story, that's about it.
friendly before. And then it quickly retreated back into the cave. Kage blinked, then looked up at the man who was staring at her
He's gone.
in astonishment. Usually that little guy just hides or hisses at anyone who comes near it. Hey, Deadly Nepsol, how's it going? Never been able to sell the thing. Kage looked down. Kage looked down into
Were you
the
reading
glass
ahead again?
where the small creature was curled up inside the small cave. Its
Get
tongue
out of
flicking
there.
ceased.
Get over here.
What is it? That there's a young boa constrictor imperator, or a common red-tailed boa, if you will. Just a wild type, no fancy morphs or anything. What? Those were some big words. What? The man blinked, clearly taken aback. You, never seen a snake before? Kage shook her head. The man rested his hand on his chin and thought for a moment. Oh well, I assumed you at least knew something about him, seeing as that little guy just came right up to you and all. I personally know next to nothing about the darn things. Been out of energy for a couple days. Now the nerve on your back feels pinched, that neck and right
dirt in
shoulder
your
is feeling
mouth.
sore. Ooh, I'm sorry to hear that. The man took a step back from the cage, and almost immediately the snake came slithering out of the cave towards her. Tongue flicking, resuming, Kage rested her hands on the glass, and the snake slithered right up to her hand and rested its nose on the other side of the glass. Kage couldn't help but smile. Does it breathe fire too? The man's eyes widened and he shuddered at the thought. I hope not. Kage looked up at the man, the first time looking him in the eyes since their interaction started. I'll take it. And now she must learn the idea of currency. Before the man could even respond, a voice called out to her. The snake retreated back into its cave as Damon ran through the massive crowd towards them. Kage, there you are. I was so worried about after losing you in the crowd, and after I couldn't find you, I thought the worst had happened, and Damon, shut up and look at this. Damon's mouth snapped shut as he walked over to the cage where her hand was resting on. She moved her hand so he could get a look at what was inside the cage. He froze when he saw the snake's blank eyes staring back at him. He gulped. Is that a snake? Kage nodded. This guy called it a boa constrictor. Yeah, that. Damon couldn't help but shudder. Damon, I want it. What? Damon pulled her aside for a moment, mostly for his benefit so he didn't have to keep staring at it. Kage, you know those grow to be like huge, right? What if it eats you? Kage blinked, pretty confused by his outburst. Then he gasped, quite dramatically, what if it's poisonous? The man, overhearing Damon's outburst, quickly chimed in, actually some snakes are venomous, not poisonous, and boa constrictors are definitely not venomous. If they were, I wouldn't be selling one. Both turned.
Heckin' hell. Don't get a snake.
The
They
boy
get
turned back to the man who
fucking
was
tangled in your
quietly
cords.
wiping down his stand with a cloth. I may not know much about him, but even I know the difference between poisonous and venomous.
Shout out to you if you know the difference between poisonous and venomous. It irks me to my core whenever someone's like, oh, snakes are poisonous. No, they're not. They're venomous. Please leave. Ah.
The man grinned. Kage turned back to David and grinned as well. Damon looked at Kage, then at the man, then back at Kage. He opened his mouth to refute, but in the end, heaved a sigh as he gave up on the argument altogether. Fine. Just how much for it? My dude, you caved too easily. Oh, man. You know, some guys get their girlfriends a cat or a puppy. My man just got his girl a fucking boa constrictor. Oh.
Again, it was because I wanted to write a snake into the story somehow. I love them.
Oh, man. Oh, that is funny as hell. How expensive is this? I don't know. Hey, thank you, Kelman, for the 5 months, for the 5-month strength of Prime subscription, and for having been subscribed for 14 months. Can we get some hypes and some hearts in the chat? How much does a red-tailed boa cost? About $150 to $200.
So it actually depends on where you're getting it, and the breeder, right? Yeah, I did notice that you did some research. I was very proud of you. It does matter where you're getting it and the breeder you're getting it from. Monty is a, believe it or not, he's not a boa constrictor. He's a ball python. He's a normal ball python, but he's got, I guess she's paying for lunch if he's buying that snake for her. She doesn't have money, dude. And he costs about $100. But that's because he's het for a specific morph, which means that it's a recessive gene that he has. So that's the only reason why he was a little bit expensive, but around 150 to her bank card has Damon's name on it. But yeah, it always depends on who you're getting it from, because some people will sell their snakes a lot cheaper than other people. Especially if you're looking at a baby snake.
Honestly speaking, it's really not that bad.
And yes, they are very beautiful creatures.
I can see why she liked it. Met a guy at the Yu-Gi-Oh tournament who lost the Yu-Gi-Oh tournament, who lost his JP account due to APK issues. Oof.
And yeah, the person in chat who said feeding it is completely right. Feeding a snake is very costly. I would know. I have one. Although he doesn't eat what boa constrictors eat because he's small, as you can see. He's very tiny. Dude barely eats rats. But you gotta remember that she lives in the wild, so getting it food isn't gonna be that hard. Like, it won't be that hard for her to go out and
honestly,
find
I
a
can see
rabbit.
why like she was so interested in it. How do I say this?
I mean, if you look at what other morphs for snakes, like here, morph market. Let's go to morph market real quick. And let's go to boa constrictors, right? You can find boa constrictors. Let's go for albino. Right? I don't know what albino blonde is, but this one goes for $375, right? Snakes can go for quite a lot. There's a lot of albinos apparently. Arthritic, amber, blood. Oh, find something easy to understand. I don't know. Fire, sure. Yeah, these ones are expensive. Look at this. 3,000 for this, right? They can go up to a lot. 4,000, right? It depends on the pattern that you're trying to get for your snakes. They can go into the thousands. Right? It's ridiculous. So 150 to 200 for a boa constrictor is not bad at all. Yeah, feeding a boa cause a lot when it grew bigger. Yeah, because they eat bigger things when they get bigger. You'll have to find them bigger meals, right? So yeah, feeding them will get expensive.
I guess the pattern, the scale pattern is really pretty. I'm not gonna lie.
They're gorgeous. I really want a boa constrictor one day.
Feeding a boa. I mean, getting a boa is pretty dangerous, considering that eventually a boa constrictor could become big enough that it could very easily eat its owner. So it's like,
and this is why I wanted to do a live reaction to this. This is a 100% false statement. 100%. If you have your boa constrictor in a tank, in an enclosure that is big enough for it, and you are feeding it on a regular basis, it will not try to eat you. No, don't do that.
raise at your own peril.
No, this is 100% wrong.
I'm still always reminded of this story that my mom found on the internet of a guy who, this woman had a pet boa or something like that, a pet snake at the very least. And it was huge, but it hadn't eaten in a few weeks, and she was really worried about it. So she took it to a vet, and the vet told her the reason it's not eating is because it's trying to keep its stomach empty so it can eat you.
This was another false story. Snakes will stop eating for a variety of different reasons. Never will they keep their stomachs empty because they're sizing you up and planning to eat you. Snakes will only eat what they can fit down their throat. If they tried to eat you, usually they go for their prey head first. They would never be able to fit your shoulders down their throat. So your pet snake will never try to eat you. Like, I know my pet snake will never try to eat me because look at how big he is. Man is tiny. Yeah, your dog is more likely to eat you than your snake is, right? Like, look at this dude. Yo, okay, hold on. I'm gonna, like, put it on big screen so you can stare into his dumb little face, okay? You guys need to see how dumb he is. He's adorable. No, you need to look into the camera. Look at him. Look at him. There's nothing going on behind those eyeballs. Yeah? See? He's so chill. And another thing that people don't know about boa constrictors is that they are one of the chillest snakes to keep. They're super chill. They will not go out of their way to constrict you. Yeah, they don't want to... Yeah, if they eat something that's too big, they're going to end up dying. What's the point? Right?
Which, I mean, damn, okay, so I am never getting a pet boa constrictor or any snake of any kind.
Oh, come on, don't be like that. Snakes are adorable, okay? You just need to find one that's good for you. Like, I have a ball python. He's super chill. He's never bitten me once, and I've had him for 2 years. Has it really been 2 years? Oh God, it's been 2 years. He's never bitten me once, and I've had him for 2 years. He went off feed once, but that's because I was feeding him something that was too big for him. And yeah, he's all around a super chill pet. He's an overall super chill pet. What are you doing? Even if he is a dumbass who eats dirt sometimes.
But at the same time, I was like, if this is fake, this man is just low-key calling this woman a snack. And I'm impressed by his flirting game. But in that case, he is also really fucking her over because he is not telling her the actual diagnosis of what is wrong with her snake. So, things to think about.
Hey dude, can I get that dirt out of your mouth?
Fine, just how much for it? The man laughed, clapping Damon's shoulder. For you, my man, free of charge. Plus, it seems that it really took a liking to your girlfriend over there.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so I just want to clarify.
So that was the problem I had when I first got my snake. It was convincing my mom to let me get one, which was the hard part, you know, because I live with her full time. Yeah, she was pretty scared of him in the beginning, but now she can kind of hold him, and she's okay with being in the same room as him. It's just, what's the word? Slowly being exposed to something that you're afraid of, right? It helps. It helps you really get over that fear. So he's just chilling like a villain. My dad is alright with him. He's more interested because not a lot of people know a lot about snakes. My grandmother says that if she ever sees it, she will kill it. So I just don't let her in my house. You know? So that's the thing, right? It's more of keeping the toxic people out of your life to keep your pets safe. Like my grandmother also doesn't like cats. But that's because of a stupid thing she did.
This is $150 to $200 snake. Damon, you got fucking lucky. Like, overall, lucked out, my friend. The man walked over to the cage where Kage was waiting and excitedly rocking back and forth on her heels, leaving a red-faced, flustered Damon behind. Wait, she's not my... But his protests fell on deaf ears. The man popped off the mesh topping of the glass cage and reached in to grab the small cave it was hiding under. Once its protection had been ripped away, the boa immediately hissed at the man, who recoiled away from the cage. Kage reached her hands in the cage, and the boa immediately began climbing up her arms. Its scales were cold in comparison to her warm body temperature. Sorry, the different lines messed me up. It climbed up her arm and onto her shoulders until it nestled itself comfortably around her neck. Kage had the giddiest smile Damon had ever seen on her face, and that made it all worth it to him. They thanked the man.
Well, I did that because obviously it's... Yeah, no, you get away from the cat. Obviously, it was shown that the man was having a hard time selling it, and it had grown attached to Kage. So he figured, why not make someone's day, right? Like, I know it makes my day whenever I see a cute animal out in public and I go, can I pet your animal? And people are always like, hell yeah. And then I do, and it always day. It's always a good, the best. Pets are the best. So, I don't know. You really think Damon has $150 to $200 to buy a snake with?
And Damon began to walk off. But Kage turned to him once more. What's your name? The man gave her a bright smile.
The person in chat, Deadly Nepsil, who said normally when that happens the snake wants to strangle you, also false. Also false. I have Monty sitting on my shoulders and nestling himself right here all the time, and he never tries to constrict. And if anything, him being there makes me calm. So this is just false. More false information.
The name's Doug, little missy.
God damn it, Calcitra.
Kage nodded slowly, repeating the name in her mind as to not mess it up when saying it out loud. She gave the boa a little scratch under the chin before proudly proclaiming, then its name will be Doug. The man laughed so loud that they could still hear it even after they'd left the marketplace.
When is it?
Once they'd got off the bustling street and Kage was able to rid her ears of the many voices that permeated the air, she let out a loud yawn. Damon glanced back at her. Damon, I'm gonna go home. The look in his
Must go
eyes
to
told her
work.
that
All
he
right,
wanted to say
Citra, have a
something,
good
but
one.
instead
Thanks
he
for
just
stopping
smiled.
in.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow, okay? She nodded a little too enthusiastically as she skipped down the sidewalk back to the forest. Doug still resting around her neck. Damon was a little worried about the snake that seemed a little too comfortable around her neck, but maybe that was his own fear of snakes clouding his judgment. Clearly, if it was a dangerous animal, no one would be selling it, right? Oh, my dear friend. He watched her disappear from his line of vision before
His head is right
turning
there.
and going home, his thoughts filled with snakes. His fears were unwarranted, as when he came to her cave the next morning to find her sleeping peacefully next to Doug, he was able to relax. Attempt number 2 of getting Kage new
this way.
clothing was going a lot better than attempt number 1. Looks at the people owning tigers. Yeah, about that. Now she had Doug, who she claimed was keeping her way calmer than her first visit. Damon was grateful that she was able to find something to keep her calm, but at the same time ungrateful
Not me self-inserting or anything.
because it was a snake of all things. Most people moved out of their way once they saw Doug resting happily on her shoulders, and Kage seemed ecstatic that people were giving her the space she so desperately needed. Okay, so So apparently I have now learned the best way to make it through social gatherings as an introverted person. Best way? Buy a snake and have it on me at all times.
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, yeah. If you have a snake, people will be like, people will definitely be like, no, we don't want your snake. We don't like that, you know? The only problem with that being is that you don't want to be taking it everywhere because that can stress it out. Stressed out snakes do not eat. I have learned firsthand that stressed out snakes do not eat.
I would not do that though. I do not feel like having a snake. Okay.
Yeah, wearing a Hagao shirt.
And Kage seemed ecstatic that people were giving her the space she so desperately needed. Damon, however, was the one receiving the onslaught of dirty looks by shoppers. He pulled Kage lightly by the hand, desperately trying to make it to their destination as quickly as possible. Once they'd made it there, a small clothing stand set up near the center of the street. Kage finally decided to confront him about their ventures into the city. So, why are you bringing me here anyway?
Yeah, I agree with Chad on this one.
You say that until
I
the
would talk
snake
to a guy with a
enthusiasts pull up.
snake.
Damn it!
Snakes
So
are
close.
cool.
Once they'd made it there, a small clothing stand set up near the center of the street, Kage
Kiwi,
finally
you're cruising
decided
for
to.
a bruising.
Oh, okay, I just read that. Damon clearly hesitated. She could tell, but when he looked at her, the look in her eyes told him she wasn't taking no for an answer. He sighed.
Alright, I have to go put him back. My cat is like getting really close. And we don't want her too close to the snake. So I will be right back. All right, I'm back. There we go.
I want to get you out of that forest. Kage blinked, clearly taken aback. She was not expecting that answer. He ran his hand through his hair, accidentally exposing his scars to her before continuing. You had such a cruddy childhood. You missed out on so much. I just want to give you what the world didn't. That's all.
Sorry, Aiden sent
She
me
clenched her
something.
teeth,
That's
but
really
I
cool.
don't care who you are. No one deserves to go through what you did, Kage. Her jaw began to ache from the amount of pressure she was putting on it with her clenching. She didn't deserve it.
Oh yeah,
Hey, Poco,
Poco
how's it
showed up.
going?
Poco, you darn bastard.
I mean,
One of my viewers.
you kind of already missed that part, Poco. We already had the exposing of boobs. She was she killed people. She was a monster. Yet his words filled her with relief. She had to resist the urge to start sobbing right then and there. She swallowed hard. You care about me that much? Yes, he said without hesitation. She stared him dead in the eyes, looking for any signs of deception, but like always, he had none. He didn't flinch away. There was no malice in his eyes. He was truly an enigma to her. Very interesting. She didn't know why he was so interested in her and why she was so interested in him in return. Oh yeah, I guess nobody gave her the talk, did they?
No.
That moment when you realize Damon is probably gonna have to do so.
Aw, poor Damon, dude. He didn't deserve this.
Oh boy. Oh, that would be hilarious. But I'm pretty sure it's like Damon is like, Mom, I need your help. Damon, what's wrong? Okay,
yeah,
look,
I believe
there's
Kage
this girl
is a
I
visual
really like.
learner.
It's possible there could be more. And so I need you to come here and explain the birds and the bees to her while I don't have to. What?
As if his mom is
man.
gonna do it.
I'm just creating really stupid ideas, but at this point that would be hilarious. Okay. She wasn't even sure how to voice these feelings to him, so she said the first thing that came to mind. I like you. To say that Damon's face turned red was an understatement. Really, my man? She just said she likes you. That's it. Come on.
So, Kage does not understand the implications of what she had just said to him. So she says that... So she says that she likes him, she means it, and like, she's not sure what she means when she says it. She's just voicing how she's feeling. Of course, Damon grew up like a normal person, so when she says that to him, of course he's gonna take it that way, TM, right? So... So it's obviously gonna lead to some, misunderstandings. You know how those go in romance. But don't worry, we're gonna keep as much of that out of this as possible because I hate misunderstandings. She missed the crucial last part like a friend. I like you as a friend, Damon.
Like, it went really, really red. He brought his hands up to cover his red face and turned away from her, muttering something she couldn't comprehend. She didn't understand why he'd become so flustered all of a sudden. Just another thing she didn't understand about him, really. After a second, he mustered... Honestly speaking, I'm not gonna lie, I could literally picture his expression because, like, I'm just imagining Tamaki from that one scene of Oran Host Club where he did exactly that.
Yeah, I can see it.
After a second, he mustered up the courage to look back at her. His cheeks were still dusted with a light shade of red, but that didn't reduce the newfound courage in his eyes. She could feel her breath hitch in her throat as he inched forward, only slightly. Kage,
Biggie, thank you so much for gifting Fox a sub. You're a legend, dude. Holy crap. Oh my goodness. Thanks, Biggie.
Damon!
Damon!
And then suddenly a sour scent filled her nostrils. Uh-oh. A woman who came out of literal nowhere practically pranced on poor Damon and latched onto his arm, pressing into her obnoxiously large breasts.
Oh, I'm sorry that was so loud.
Okay. She reeked of lemons. The scent almost made Kage gag. Oh, Veronica? Damon, where have you been? You haven't shown up to work in weeks. I've missed you, you know. Oh, I'm on holiday, remember? Damon laughed awkwardly as he glanced back at Kage, who had a sour expression on her face. If you noticed, he certainly didn't say anything about it. I ran into an old friend. I'm showing her around the city as a way to catch up. The woman, Veronica, took one look at Kage and immediately screeched.
Did we spin the
She
wheel
was
when we got
louder
onto
than
this
all of the
chapter?
voices on the marketplace street combined. Kage had to cover her ears out of fear that her eardrums would burst.
For
Even Doug
reals.
flinched at the horrendous sound. Veronica ducked behind Damon, who was also covering his ears, and pointed at Kage with a shaky finger.
We did not spin the wheel? Let's do that real quick. I completely forgot. I was so focused on grabbing Monty that I completely forgot to spin the wheel. Oh, I hope we kill Veronica this time. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. I believe. Do it. Come on. Wheel of torture. Oh wait, fortune. Never mind. Darn. Darn. So I just want you to know that, like, up to here, where it says Veronica Pierce, so starting at Kage and then stopping at Veronica, those are all characters from the A Tale of One Shadows trilogy. That's a lot of characters from one trilogy, am I right, chat?
Oh my god. Oh my god, there's a snake around her neck! Quick, Damon, you gotta kill it!
Look at you reading ahead again.
Kage's eyes narrowed dangerously,
Yeah,
and she
there's
growled
plenty of
menacingly as she raised a hand to
characters
cover
for us to
Doug
kill off.
protectively.
Yay.
Damon held out a hand between the two girls, not wanting to escalate the situation further. Whoa, Kage, it's okay. I'm not gonna hurt Doug. Her growling ceased, and she seemed to relax a little. He then turned to Veronica. It's okay, that's just her pet snake. He's not gonna hurt you. Veronica walked out from behind Damon and strutted right up to Kage, looking her up and down. Honestly, she snorted. I don't see why anyone would want a disgusting, slimy creature like that for a pet.
I was just going off the stereotype there. Snakes actually aren't that slimy. They're quite smooth and cold. Punch her, Kage. Punch her!
Kage clenched her fist. She had the urge to punch her. Please do it. Smack a bitch up, Kage. Do it!
Oof!
Damon saw
Got
it too,
her!
but he didn't have any time
Holy
to intervene.
shit!
Where are you,
You
from
destroyed
anyway?
her!
How do you not have time to intervene? She's literally getting out an entire 3 more sentences. You look like a bloody street rat. You live in a dumpster your whole life? Because you certainly smell like it. That's when Kage took a long look at herself. Wow. Fair enough, Deadly Nupsoul. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he did not give Harry the talk, because he never expected Harry to be able to have babies, because Harry was always meant to die.
Yay!
She'd been wearing the same old black t-shirt and shorts for the past 10 years, both stained with dirt, grass, and animal blood. Though the animal blood was more or less unnoticeable, her hair was knotted and matted and barely looked blue from all the dirt and grime. She was unbearably pale and thin from only being able to eat what she could hunt. She didn't even look like she could lift Doug, much less carry him on her shoulders. She felt the strong urge to run away again, something she couldn't help to do whenever things went wrong for her. Veronica, that's enough! Damon's voice pierced through her thoughts as he grabbed her hand and led her away. She could hear the woman begin to protest, but Damon waved her away. He led her away until the sour aroma left her nostrils. Damon eventually stopped, looking back over his shoulders to make sure that they weren't followed before turning to Kage. Hey, I'm so sorry about that. Guilt was written all over his face. He wouldn't even look her in the eyes. The expression didn't look right on him. She gently squeezed his hand, getting him to look at her before giving him a small smile. She smelled sour. Damon let out a soft laugh, probably not expecting her to say that. Yeah, she really did. His tense body began to relax, which made her relax instinctively. They continued their shopping trip, talking about how horrible lemons smelled. Kage decided she would never run away again. Kage slept on the cold forest floor for 10 years. Comfort wasn't something she ever really thought that much about. It was always about sleeping through the night and surviving the day for her. So when Damon told her to sleep on something soft like a couch, with something warm like a blanket, she found the comfort very foreign and unusual. Everything about that day she found foreign and unusual. Damon bought her new sets of clothing, one extremely soft set she was wearing that he called pajamas.
Pajamas.
He brought her into his home, a 2-bedroom apartment that smelled exactly like him. He let her soak in a tub of warm water and suds that cleaned most of the forest grime off of her. Lastly, he provided her with a meal, meats and vegetables she'd never had before. She felt very refreshed. Interesting. It's a 2-bedroom apartment. Who else lives there?
I really like that you picked up on that, because it was going to be revealed in the next chapter anyways. So I was just sitting here like, he doesn't know. Darn microphone, I hate this darn thing. But yeah, I was pretty giddy that you picked up on that.
Like, I'm sorry. Somebody else has to be living there, because there's no way this guy is just randomly in a 2-bedroom apartment. I mean, I guess he could, because it could be for guests. But considering how expensive the cost of living is, okay, maybe I'm applying too much real-world stuff here, but it's just like, it can be very difficult to afford even a 1-bedroom by yourself. So a 2-bedroom? She felt very refreshed. The only thing about her day that wasn't foreign and unusual was the thunderstorm raging outside. Kage was always fond of rain. It was one of the few things that calmed her. Thunderstorms were one of the few things that made her terrified. The flash of light that struck down from the heavens, followed by a bellowing roar that shook her to her very core. The walls of the apartment muffled the sounds ever so slightly, but not enough for her enhanced hearing. She slowly got off the couch, keeping the blanket draped over her shoulders for protection. She knew it wouldn't provide. She made sure Doug was still curled up underneath the couch side table before making her way towards Damon's room. Okay, I saw this one coming. The few claps of thunder on the way there almost made her jump out of her skin. She knocked quietly on the door and waited a few seconds. When no noise came from the other side of the door, she slowly reached for the knob, praying it wasn't locked. She let out a sigh of relief when the knob turned with no resistance. Dragons, sure. Yeah, exactly. Dragons are believable. Reasonable housing prices are a myth.
Yeah, this is where we draw the line.
Everybody knows that at least dragons are believable here. Oh, man. She quietly crept into the room towards the bed of sleeping Damon and, without really thinking, plopped down next to him. She wrapped herself in the blanket she brought with her and turned her back to his. There was one large clap of thunder outside before the storm started to calm down. She took a few deep breaths to calm her racing heart before drifting off. She could have sworn she heard his heart racing too.
Alright, you kept skipping my my notes. But the note for this one was, shout out if you know the real reason the boa constrictor is named Doug. I don't believe in dragons above reasonable housing prices. Yeah, so shout out if you know the reason. It wasn't just a random name I chose. No, there's a reason. There's a reason, chat. Let's spin the wheel before this goes out again. But don't worry, Doug is not on the wheel of death. He gets to live. The only one on the wheel are a bunch of dragons. Yeah, here's the dragons you guys are looking for. Yay!
2 bedrooms only exist in a forest house. Oh boy. Oh, this is gonna... Alright, so
Look at you
let's
reading
talk
ahead
about
again.
that last chapter. So, I like it. It was nice. It was wholesome. And honestly speaking, I was kind of worried that Starly might ruin it by putting in an unnecessary lemon scene.
Nope.
Because let's be honest, that tends to be a thing with...
Nope, the lemons in the chapter title was referring to Veronica's perfume.
A lot of stories that, especially that are romantically based. So I really appreciate that this one did not possess that. So thank you, Starly. And I love how it got, I love ultimately the mislead as the misdirection there. Cause it's like literally puts lemon in the chapter. And I'm left wondering, like, as we got to the bottom, where did the lemons actually play a part? And then it was just like, it was just somebody stunk of lemons.
Mm-hmm.
And now...
Alright.
Honestly, but yeah, it was a nice...
So, chapter 5 is one of my weakest chapters by far. I admit it was very rushed. And when I was uploading chapter 7 yesterday, I did make a couple of edits to chapter 5. Some stuff that I missed out the first time writing through. I unfortunately didn't fix the rushed reconcile of Damon and Dante near the end. That was one of my biggest problems with the chapter, is that I felt that that was too quick. There wasn't enough there. Honestly, it would have been better if she just threw a lemon at somebody. But yeah, I do really want to fix more of this chapter. I feel it's my weakest. And I will be working on it more as I go along. But as of right now, I threw in a little bit in that middle section of it. Because there was something I wanted to put in there and I just completely forgot to.
Nice. It was a nice, wholesome chapter. I really like it. And honestly speaking, I just skimmed the top of this chapter, and all I'm thinking is, shit's about to go down. Honestly, having shit go down in chapter 5 is pretty believable. Let's see what we got. Give me your best shot, Starly.
It's not my best shot
yet. The smell of burning food invaded Dante's nostrils as he strode down the hallway to his and his brother's shared apartment. He managed to wrap up a case relatively quickly once he received word from one of Damon's co-workers that he'd been spending time with some blue-haired harlot. He had a very good idea who she was referring to, and he swore he'd shoot that monster if he ever found it in his home. Sliding his key into the lock, he opened the door and was met with smoke. Lots of smoke. He glanced to his right, where he saw his frazzled brother trying to wave away the smoke with a towel. Slamming the door, he made Damon jump. Dante? He walked over to the window on the other side of the living room and opened it, then returned to the door to turn on the fan, allowing the smoke to funnel out of their small living space. Then he turned to his younger brother, crossing his arms and glaring at him. You don't cook. Damon glanced down at his charged attempt at pancakes and chuckled nervously. You're home early? No thanks to you. Apparently, you've been taking some time off work to hang out with some blue-haired harlot, is how Veronica put it. Damon's face went pale. He'd planned to get her out of there before Dante got home, and he definitely wasn't expecting Veronica to tattle on him to his brother. He fidgeted uncomfortably under his brother's gaze, a tell that he was hiding something. I don't know what you're talking about. Completely agreed, Deadly Nepsol. It's like, I understand that for some people, it's like, you know, the sex scene is this big culminating thing for romance. It's like, yo, we need the sex scene to show that they're actually together.
Anything Veronica
but
tells
you don't need it. You know, you can just as easily just get that with a simple gesture like a kiss, or even just an expression of words. The fact is, it's just a sex scene's not always necessary. Okay. Dante's scowl deepened as he spun on his heels and started walking towards Damon's room. Dante, wait! His pleas fell on deaf ears as he quickened his...
Somebody in chat asked, or said, Lemon ruins a lot of action fanfiction. So you guys were just talking about it. And in a way, I kind of agree if it's an action fanfiction, right? If it's a romance fanfiction and they're building up to it, then I feel that the sex scene is, you know, it's just kind of there. And usually if there's more after it, they'll put a disclaimer, hey, this is a smut section, skip the entire chapter if you don't want to read it, you know? That's just stuff that I read, though. I don't know if other fanfictions do that. But yeah.
Paced towards Damon's room. Damon scampered towards him and tackled his brother just as Dante opened the door to his room. Both men fell to the ground in the doorway, which startled the young woman sitting on the bed. Kage eyeballed them both in confusion, briefly wondering why she was seeing double before recognizing the second man as he stared up with...
I guess if it's not something that you're looking for, then yeah, it can get ruined. That makes sense. Yeah, it's not for everyone. I get that. Yeah, that makes sense.
At her with hatred burning in his sea green eyes. At least it's not like Kiritsugo boiling water almost burned the house. He pushed Damon off of him and got to his feet, pulling his pistol off his belt and pointing it directly at her. She didn't react, mostly just patting Doug, who sat on her shoulders, hissing loudly at the sudden intruder. Damon scrambled to his feet, putting himself between Kage and Dante. Get out of the way, Damon! No! Damon rose! Damon flinched at the use of his full name, but refused to back down. She's not who you think she is. It almost killed you, Damon! I'd like to clarify, that only happened because you stabbed her.
Yeah.
So...
You make a convincing point. Genuinely, like, I didn't even realize that. And I'm the one who wrote it. But you make a convincing point. It was actually Dante's fault.
Oh. I mean, by all regards, technically you almost killed Damon. And I've moved past it. You need to let this go, Dante. It's tearing you apart. Dante snarled before pushing his brother out of the way to get to the monster sitting on the bed. Except she was gone, with nothing but an open window left behind. Kage somberly plodded down the streets of Ikara. People moving out of her path once they noticed the angry boa constrictor resting on her shoulders. She didn't pay any attention to that, though. She was too focused on her encounter with Dante. She wasn't expecting to see him so soon, much less pull a gun on her. She should have been expecting it, really. After all, she'd fully intended on killing him that fateful day. It's only natural for him to return the favor. She subconsciously patted Doug to calm him down and to ease her mind. It made sense that Damon approached her. He was very kind despite being a scaredy cat by nature. He managed to overcome his fear and seek her out, showing her a world she would have never seen otherwise. She's grateful to him, even if she believes that she doesn't deserve any of it. Dante, on the other hand, was cold and calculated, filled to the brim with hatred for what she did all those years ago. She doubted he'd ever forgive her, even if Damon could ever convince him to even be in the same room as her. He'd never give up on this grudge he has. He'll never stop trying to kill her. Kage was dragged out of her thoughts when she ran into someone. She quickly muttered an apology and tried to move around the stranger, but she was grabbed by the collar of her sweater and held in place. Doug hissed loudly in response as she looked up at her assailant. That's another question. Why bring her to the apartment when your brother lives there? She was face to face with Veronica.
Okay, I actually have an answer to that question. It's heavily implied. It's not outwardly stated yet, but it is implied that Dante is some kind of law enforcement. He has a gun. He was on a case, right? He's a detective, actually. So he's out for long periods of time. So he usually gives Damon a estimation on how long he's going to be out and working on a case. And Damon was planning to have her at the apartment and then take her out of the apartment by the time that Dante had even come home so that there would be no confrontation. Unfortunately, Damon didn't account for Veronica tattling, and so it was stated at the beginning of the chapter that he wrapped up a case quickly to get home. Hi Claire, how you doing? Let me put on some more music. We are out of the Persona tunes. 5 hours of relaxing Pokemon music. This sounds good. Oh, you're doing good. That's good. Just talking to a friend. Nice. We're reacting to Fox Gaming, who read my story on the weekend. So we're doing some reactions to that, and we're answering any questions. Stream is good. Stream is good. We had Monty out earlier.
Her hazel eyes staring directly into Kage's deep blue. Veronica narrowed her eyes at Kage. She was trying her best to put on a mean face. But to Kage, she looked more silly than she did threatening. She held her in place for no more than 30 seconds before Doug struck at her, causing Veronica to stumble backward in fear. Kage rested her hand atop his head to calm him. Once she regained her composure, Veronica continued to stare down at Kage. So Dante threw you out, eh? Kage was stunned for a second before regaining her composure. She refused to give this woman the reaction she was looking for. Good thing, too, she looked away, waving her hand dramatically as she spoke. From the way you talked, it sounded like you're pretty dangerous. Kage clenched her fists. Can't have someone like you running around with my figure. So Veronica is the stereotypical stuck-up bitch who believes that the protagonist should be with her.
Yep. That's her whole character.
Her sentence was cut off by Kage's fist plummeting into her cheekbone. Yes!
During the punch, I like to imagine that she like, so Kage punches her and then like she falls backwards and like bounces off the ground. That's what I like to imagine.
She stumbled backwards as she lost her balance, falling straight onto her back. She looked up at Kage holding her swollen cheek. Kage's eyes were slit in a similar fashion. to the snake resting on her shoulders. That's when Veronica screamed. She scrambled backwards, screaming at anyone and everyone as she ran away.
Yeah, like what
Kage's
Anya did
eyes
to
returned to
Damien.
normal as
Yeah,
she noticed
exactly.
the entire crowd of people staring at her. The street was eerily quiet
100%.
and no one made a move. Except Kage. Everyone watched with bated breath as she fled the scene. No one made a move to stop her. They only moved to get out of her way. She found herself running toward Damon's apartment rather than the exit to the city. But she realized she couldn't return there either. Once she reached the relatively empty street, she found herself a dark, empty alleyway where she could sit and calm herself. She only ended up crying. Fuck you, Veronica.
Yeah, fuck you, Veronica.
Damon immediately made a dash for the door. Dante rushed after him, snatching his wrist to hold him in place. Where do you think you're going? I'm going out to find Kage. Are you a fucking idiot? Damon glanced over at his brother, who was fuming with rage. Dante was usually calm and collected. Hearing him swear was a shock to Damon. He was so sure that Dante didn't even know how to swear. He shook Dante's hand off his wrist. Yeah, I guess I am. Dante squeezed the bridge of his nose, trying his best to compose himself. Damon, I won't ask you again. Stay away. Stop telling me what to do. You're not Dad, Dante.
Okay, so when he says you're not Dad, Dante, that line practically wrote itself. And I was like, oh, well, I guess we're giving their dad a tragic backstory now, huh? So that's how that happened. True story.
He almost regretted saying it as soon as the words left his mouth, but in frustration, he continued. Ever since the incident, you've held this grudge against her. I get it. She hurt me, but I'm over it, so
Yeah, Damon doesn't like to swear. He's the soft boy. He also doesn't like swearing either. So when you don't you hate it when one line makes more work for yourself? Yeah, exactly. I wrote that and I was just like, what does that mean? Huh, Star? What are we implying here? What did their dad do? It's explained what their dad did in the next chapter, but holy shit, it literally blindsided me, and I'm the one who's writing it. But yeah, Damon is the soft boy. He doesn't like people swearing. Which is why Dante wouldn't swear, which is why Damon was all like, whoa, you know how to do that? Whoa.
please, if you don't want to end up like him, please, Dante, let it go. Damon's words hung heavy in the air. Dante's hands fell to his side as he contemplated his brother's words.
Swear jar.
Was he really like his father? But all he ever wanted to do was keep his brother safe. Even if that meant coddling him, even if that meant eliminating the only thing in the world that hurt him physically. Please, Dante, I just want my brother back. Dante looked up at his brother, who had a hand resting on his shoulders. He blinked back a few tears before Damon enveloped in a tight hug. He returned the hug, resting his head on Damon's shoulder as he let a few tears escape his eyes. He let out a heavy sigh.
Sorry, the chatter who said Dante about to be in an inferno if he keeps this up.
I know. There was a brief pause. I love you, Damon. Love you too, Dante. They broke apart, looking each other in the eyes before chuckling. It was a serious issue, and they were going to need a lot of time to work things out. But they couldn't help but laugh about it for the time being. Dante scooted by Damon and went to sit on the couch. Bring her home, Damon, he said as he picked up the remote. On the TV? Let's see if we can work something out. Damon beamed at him. It was the first time that he referred to it as something other than it. It was definitely a step in the right direction for him. Damon nodded, ecstatic.
In the update to the chapter, as well as adding some more stuff here, I also added a bit of a pause between this. So now he's a bit more hesitant to say it, but he still says it, right? And I think that goes a long way. And it works better than what's written here.
Quickly. And began to put his shoes on until a distinct voice of a newswoman caught his ears. Citizens are advised to stay clear of the upper downtown area while authorities work on removing this vicious animal from the streets. The snake appears to be trying to bite anyone that comes near, and authorities aren't sure if it's poisonous or
This
not.
classic Fig here.
Damon glanced at...
Ayo, Fig! You here, buddy? I don't think so.
the TV to see what the ruckus was about and froze. On screen was Kage's
Hello.
beloved
How
pet
you doing,
friend,
Gabu?
she most likely saw him as, Doug. He was curled up and hissing at the camera crews for getting too close, but Kage was nowhere to be seen. Dante noticed his brother's pale face and made to change the channel. Oh, sorry, I know you have a fear of snakes. Wait!
I'm alright.
His outburst
Yourself?
startled
I'm doing
Dante
pretty
into
good.
dropping the remote. Sorry, it's just... He pointed to the screen with a shaky hand. That's Kage's. A feeling of dread suddenly filled his stomach. A million thoughts ran through his mind. That's her pet. She was always with him. Why isn't she there with him? Why did she leave him? Where did she go? In an absolute panic, Damish rushed to get his shoes on before bolting out the door. He didn't bother to wait for the elevator, instead opting to run down 7 flights of stairs.
Every
In an
time you stop,
Oh, sorry.
every time you stop for an extended period of time, I just wonder if you're reading ahead. Oh, look, Fig is here. Alright, give me 1 second. I have to unplug my laptop.
Sorry. Thankfully, it wasn't too far. When he arrived, the area was crawling with police officers. The small entrance to the alleyway was barricaded by cars, all with their siren lights on. Doug was probably scared out of his mind, just like Damon was, slowly approached the cars. Hey, you can't be here, but that's my... He was cut off by screaming. Everyone seemed to rush to get out of the way, screaming as they watched something slowly moving in
Oh,
Damon's
yeah,
general
that too.
direction. Even the officer that approached him jumped out of the way
Yeah, but chat hadn't said anything in a while, so I assuming you were just reading ahead.
when Doug's face appeared from under the nearest car. Swallowing hard, Damon knelt down to Doug's level as he slowly approached. He held his hand out to Doug and, to his surprise, he didn't hiss, just continued his ascent to Damon's shaky hand. Everyone watched with bated breath as
Tama
Doug rested
totally
his
doing a
head in
push-up
the
emote
palm
is
of
great.
Damon's
It
hand.
is.
He sucked in a deep breath, willing his racing heart to calm down because this was Kage's dearest friend and there was nothing to be afraid of. He managed to find it in himself to pick up the large snake, much to the astonishment of everyone watching. Doug was rather heavy, and he wasn't sure how Kage was able to lift him so easily, much less carry him on her shoulders all the time. He looked down at the creature, its unblinking eyes staring back up at him. Heeding his resolve, they headed back to his apartment. Let's go find her. It's cold and dark. It was cold and dark. She wasn't
Kage
sure
does
where she
lift.
was. She sat up and tried to rub her throbbing head.
Look, okay, she can kill full-grown deer by herself and then like drag them back to her cave. Okay, she definitely lifts. Okay.
But her hands were held down, bound by chains. She barely got a chance to inspect her restraints when the door to her pitch-black chamber flew open, filling the room with a blinding light that stung her eyes. Man, this is real-time news about a snake. Slow news day, I guess.
No. Okay, people get very freaked out about snakes. I thought it was very reasonable for them to be like, "Oh my god, guys, it's a fucking snake. Check it out. Oh my god, it might be poisonous." You know, if you found this giant ass snake hanging out in an alley, tell me you wouldn't freak out about it. Like, I wouldn't. But most people would.
A familiar silhouette stood in the doorway, arms crossed, while icy blue eyes glared down at her.
You know what? You make a convincing
Kage
argument.
didn't even get a chance to gasp. You're finally awake.
All right. He missed my author's note again. You jump and turn around. Mwahahahaha. Also, thank Fig for yelling at me to write this. And it'll hopefully not take as much time. I don't remember how long it did take. I honestly don't remember. But yeah. It was Todd Howard. He's done it again. To be fair, though, snakes are a common occurrence where I live. Okay, that makes sense. Obviously not in this fictional world. Stop reading ahead.
Oh, this is interesting.
Yeah, you you click on the next chapter and you're immediately just like scrolling through the whole thing. You're like, sorry chat, I'm reading this one by myself. Oh god. Alright, let's kill off another character. Yeah, I bet something caught your attention there. Oh, no, okay. Alice. Really? We're killing Alice now? That sucks. We got- wait. Oh no! We killed Kaden, and we killed Alice. Oh no! They're siblings. Yeah, you're right. One higher and we would have killed Veronica. God damn it, why won't you die?
Wait, ain't that bad?
Wait, ain't that bad?
All right. I kind of want to discuss the last chapter.
Yeah, you have to scroll up to hide the text so you don't keep reading it. Good times.
I liked it because I had been wondering, when were we going to get the confrontation between Kage and Dante?
He's in the tag,
I
so
think
he
the
must
thing that
be a main
comes up
character.
in this one is that it feels like the development here was really fast.
Yes.
Like it was just, okay, main character is, or sorry, secondary character Dante was confronted with this monster from his childhood and he wants to kill her. And then it was just like, brother says, no, you can't kill her. I'm in love with her. Okay, didn't exactly say that, but brings up some other things because honestly, we still have no idea. Like, we have no idea what happened to their dad, as far as I can tell. It just kind of feels like his anger got resolved incredibly quickly. Now, obviously, you know, that was without the subject of the anger being there. So it's possible, like, you know, he's going to still struggle with that anger for a long time coming. So there's still some stuff to learn. But overall, I think it was a nice chapter. And ending off with her being captured. So the only question is, who captured her?
Oh, you'd know.
What about
you read ahead. Yeah, you would know. You read ahead.
You guys have anything you want to take note of out of the last chapter? I also want to take note, the thing with the snake. There's no way that, like, I just really don't think a news report would have been a big deal. Like, I don't think a snake would have been a big enough deal, to manage to make it onto the news.
All right. People usually do news reports on large animals that can hurt people, right? Snakes are a species that not a lot of people know a lot about, right? Usually, like, a lot of people fear snakes. And I was taking that fear-mongering into account when I was writing that scene. I needed Damon to get out of the house to go find her. And I needed there to be a... Yeah, especially in places where there are no snakes. And especially if you're seeing a snake the size of a boa constrictor. Like a two-year-old boa constrictor. Those things are big. I needed a plot I don't want to say plot contrivance, because that just means that just sounds like I'm pulling it out of my ass. And yes, I am pulling it out of my ass, but I don't want people to think that. I needed something to get Damon out there, and I needed something to tip Damon off to the fact that something was wrong. Right? Sure, he could have just walked past the alleyway and saw Doug there, but I feel that having the big mass panic would make it a little more interesting in terms of where did she go? Why did she leave Doug there? Stuff like that, you know? So that's what I decided to go with.
But that's just me. What about you guys? You guys have anything of note, or have I said everything of note? Let alone people running from the snake.
Yeah, again, it's because a lot of people fear them.
Bam, 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 bam.
Yeah.
Also,
again, this is a fictional world. It's not really meant to. Well, it's more like our world than, you know, stuff. It's still a fictional place, and they probably don't get a lot of snakes where they are, right? Yeah, you probably should have.
Also, congratulations on the level 90 Nemo, Fallen Meme Lord.
Yeah. Congrats
That's
on the
true.
level 90
All right, so this is the
Nemo.
final chapter of what they've written so far. Chapter 6, My Demons. All right, Kage leapt to her feet, attempting to rush to the figure standing in the doorway before she was stopped by the restraints clasped around her wrists. She pulled and shook and struggled against them, but they wouldn't budge. She didn't even notice that she couldn't make any fire in her desperation. The figure made no move to even help her. She collapsed to the ground, trying desperately to reach the figure, but to no avail. She dug her fingernails into the concrete floor, unable to stop the hot tears from flowing down her cheeks. Mother, you're alive! Oh shit. The light in the room flickered on to reveal a woman standing in the doorway, her icy stare still burning into Kage. It was like looking in a chilling mirror. It looked almost exactly the same, except her mother's features were a lot sharper, and the sinister smirk smeared across her face made her look almost disturbing.
So I mentioned in, I think it was chapter 1, that I really like alliteration. That one I use so often. It's, the sinister smirk smeared. I love that one so much. Oh, I use it so often. Ah.
Okay, so I'm not surprised by this, actually. I mean, I am, because I was under the impression the mother was dead. But
Yeah.
at the same time, Kage did seem to say that she still heard her mother's voice. But I assumed it was just delusion. But no, her mother
Using
is
alliteration
actually
as
alive.
attention is
Not a surprise that,
awesome.
that she turns out to be a villain, since we were basically told from the get-go her
As
mother
intended,
was
there we
no
go.
saint.
Yes, Kage's mom was intended to be the villain. Actually, in the original plotline for the story, it was the guy who appears at the end of this chapter. He was originally the villain. And one of my classmates in high school was asking me questions, and it got me thinking, like, hey, yeah, he wouldn't make a lot of sense as the villain. And I think the only reason he was the villain initially was because of the problems at the time that I was having with my dad. But when I went and rewrote the plot line for the second time, I ended up making Ash, her name is Ash, I made her the villain, and I thought that it worked so much better than with the other guy that I just went with it. And honestly, when I was writing this chapter, when you read the notes, I say that she was really fun to write, and I wasn't lying. She was really fun to write. Like, her dialogue was just mwah. It was so good.
Of course, she scoffed. You really think he could have killed me? Please.
Yeah.
She let a slight chuckle at the confusion that crossed her
Ash
daughter's
Ketchum
features.
as the villain. What a twist.
Yeah, Kage killed her dad. She let out a slight chuckle at the confusion that crossed her daughter's features that eventually led to full-blown howling. It was almost as if everything she lived for led up to this exact moment. The moment she revealed to her child that she was alive the whole time. The despair Kage felt, all for naught. The lives she took, meaningless. Hundreds of memories rushed back to her within a matter of seconds, and everything hit her like a ton of bricks. But you abandoned you? Not true, my dear. The elder woman strode over to her daughter, grabbing her by the chin to make her stare into her mother's icy cold eyes. I was there the entire time. She released Kage's chin and allowed her to contemplate her mother's ominous statement. If she were there the entire time, why didn't she help her? She could have saved her from the doctors. They could have run away together. Away from the city, away from her terrible father. They could have been happy. Oh boy.
Oh,
A chill ran down
Chad
her
is
spine
also
as a
reading
particular
ahead.
memory forced itself to the forefront of her mind. It was a usual one. The creepy old men with funny instruments ready to run tests on her poor child body. But there was one thing she never noticed before. Behind all the men was one singular woman. She held no instruments, just sat back and watched. She was wearing all white and a face mask, just like all the doctors. But she also had a hair clip.
Hair cap.
The only notable detail she could pick out was the woman's emotionless gaze from her familiar blue eyes as she watched on. Kage shuddered, swallowing the bile that she could feel rising in her throat. She could barely find it in herself to look up at her mother. It was you. The elder woman's features softened as she rested a hand on her chest. It was all for you, you know, she spoke in a somber tone. We just couldn't figure out how you turned into such a disappointment.
Yeah, I noticed that. I was like, huh?
Kage stared at her mother in disbelief. What? Well, let's see. She rested her chin between her fingers and thumb in a mock thinking pose. We weren't getting the results we were looking for, so I decided to put you to a little test myself, and you passed with flying colors. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Kage gulped. What was the test? She didn't know if she wanted the answer to that question. Her mother laughed pleasantly and clapped her hands together. When you killed all those doctors, of course. Kage's gaze fell to the floor. She couldn't bear to look at her mother anymore. I have to admit, you really did a number on this place. She laughed. It took me forever to find replacements. Around 10 years, if I had to guess.
Child Protective Services would like a word with you, ma'am. Oh, that was a good one. Thank you. Stop reading
She
ahead.
patted Kage on the head, inadvertently causing her to suck in a sharp breath. She spoke without looking up. How'd you find me? Anyone could pick up your putrid scent from a mile away. I knew the second you stepped foot into the city, she sneered. The older woman walked back to the open door, flicking out the lights as she smiled down at her child. I think that's enough for now.
Never.
I should let you rest. After all, we have much work to do.
Not unless you
The
stop
door
making the
slowly
story
creaked
interesting.
closed,
Aw, darn.
leaving Kage in pitch darkness, as her mother's last whisper echoed through the room. I love you, my shadow. Kage wasn't
Kage means shadow, by the way. There it is. That's where the title comes from.
sure how long it had been. Days, weeks, months, years. She wasn't sure. All she knew was pain.
What are
Every
we
day
doing?
she would be
Fox Gaming, aka FG Rolls, read my story on Saturday, and I wanted to do a reaction. We're watching the VOD back, we're answering any questions, and all around just having a good time. I played Ghost of Tsushima. I already knew Kage meant shadow. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy.
dragged out of her confines into a much larger room and forced into her dragon state. She wasn't sure how they were doing it or why. All she knew is that her mother kept telling her, it's necessary for our revenge. It was for her mother. Everything she's ever done has been for her mother. Damon was a distraction, so she tried her absolute damnedest to forget him. But she knew he still lingered in the back of her mind most days. Her mother knew it too, and she was not pleased. Kage sat in the corner of her room, her knees brought up to her chest with arms wrapped around as she thought. There wasn't much to do, stuck in a pitch black room all day and night. So she spent a lot of her time thinking. She missed Damon. She missed how he dragged her into the city and bought her new clothes that her mother tore up.
Yeah. Yeah. So Kage was originally a character, or an OC, I should say, from a specific fandom that I am no longer in anymore. She also had a different last name. But when I moved her over to being her own original character in her own original work, and I changed her last name, and I didn't feel like changing her first name. I just, she was always Kage to me. Careful, or you might get cut on the edge. Yo, you leave me and my angst alone, okay? But yeah, so when I moved her over, I only changed her last name. I feel that she just wouldn't be the same if I changed her name, so I kept it the same. Nah. Well, you're not gonna leave me and my angst alone?
She missed the hot bath and the comfy couch and the warm blanket. She missed his comforting presence as she slept next to him on that stormy night. She just missed him. She counted down the seconds until the funky door opened up. She slowly rose to her feet, following the attendant down the long hallway to the testing room. He removed her restraints, a marvel of technology her mother created to seal her powers, and shoved her into the room. He slammed the door and locked it with a heavy clunk. She strode to the center of the room, facing the one-way plexiglass window as she waited for them to start. Except they never did. She blinked, straining her ears. She heard a bit of commotion outside the room. It wasn't their usual excited chattering as they started the experiment. It sounded as though they were being attacked. Panic shot through her as she rushed to the door. She yanked on the knob as hard as she could, but it wouldn't budge. She pounded on the door, screeching desperately at them to let her out. She couldn't bear the thought of losing her mother again. The glass shattered, and two people fell through, kicking and punching and scratching at each other. One was her mother, but the other was a black-haired man she didn't
November,
recognize.
isn't it?
They both landed on the floor with a loud thud, and her mother kicked the man off her. She scrambled to her feet, panting heavily as she glanced at Kage. A strange glint appeared in her eyes as she smirked sadistically. The man also jumped to his feet, panting as he snarled at her.
No.
Ash!
Remember.
Wiping some blood from the corner of her mouth, she condescendingly spat back. Nice to see you again too, Artorias. He flinched hard.
Alright, I feel like I should say this before all the Fate people in chat get on my ass. His name was Artorias. Before I got into Fate, okay? I got the name from Tales of Berseria. Okay? It's not a Fate reference. I promise, it's not. Wasn't gonna say anything. Yeah, I bet you weren't.
He flinched harshly. She chuckled darkly at his reaction. She knew he hated that name. She reached into her pocket and pulled out what looked like a small, flat remote. She looked over at Kage, her sinister grin growing greater. Now's your time, my dear. A dull, metallic sound rang throughout her head, piercing her brain as it caused her body. That's a good question. I assume she's a dragon. And I'm lost.
Well, you have no idea what's happening? Alright, okay. I'm not gonna say anything about that question. That would be a spoiler, chat. But your reaction was pretty funny. Yes, I'm not gonna go out of my way to spoil stuff for you guys. Don't worry, I'm not that horrible of a writer.
Even when she knew it was coming, it didn't make it any less annoying or painful. She gripped the sides of her head, claws digging into her skull as her transformation started. The feeling of her skin flipping inside out to reveal scales along her arms, face, and sides. The feeling of her flesh tearing as her wings broke free from the confines of her skin. But most of all, the feeling of not being able to feel anything while she went down on her rampage. She roared, shooting towards the man called Artorias. He raised his arm to block her direct attempt at his face, only managing to graze his cheek. His onyx eyes widened in surprise. As he stared down at the girl in front of him, she looked so much like Ash, it was uncanny.
It's not just her. I torture all my other protagonists too. Thanks.
Kage pulled her arm back and swung at his face using the other arm. He managed to catch her fist, but she still managed to brush him back ever so slightly.
Yes, you have.
Hissing, she lunged at him.
You didn't believe me when I told you that I tortured my protagonists, huh? Oh, Star, you silly goose. We all do that. No, you don't.
At him, knocking the wind out of him as she tackled him to the floor. She raised a clawed hand to start tearing at his face when he kneed her in the groin. Oof. She doubled over in pain, rolling off him and clutching her abdomen. He in turn crawled over her back, gripping the base of her left wing and ripping it right out of her shoulder blade. The gruesome scream that filled the room made him wince before he tore the other one out. Blood shot out of her shoulder blades like a fountain, staining his dark, tattered cloak. The wings crumpled to dust as soon as they hit the floor. Kage lay in place under him, unmoving. She was still breathing, much to Artorias' relief. Even if it was short, shallow pants, he stood, turning back to Ash, who wore a mildly disappointed expression. Well, she tried her best, but in the end, it just wasn't good enough. He narrowed his eyes. Who is she, Ash? Oh my, you don't know my sweet baby girl Kage Stone? She's only my greatest disappointment. Cut the crap, Ash.
You know, up until this point, I don't think I'd ever said her full name in the same sentence. It's either been, because you see the word stone in chapter 1 in the newsreel, where it goes E stone, and then from then on it's just been Kage. So I don't think we've ever really noticed that her full name is Kage Stone until this point. Unless you read the tags, in which case I just kind of threw her name in there. Oops.
You and I both know that's impossible. Au contraire, mon chéri. She wiggled her fingers at him as a mischievous grin spread across her lips. You and I both know it's not.
Kage, obviously.
His eyes widened. There's no way. She's just lying, like she always does. Ash couldn't hold back the obnoxious laugh that escaped her lips. Oh my,
Ash has
dost
an E at
my
the end.
eyes deceive me? Something the almighty
Ashy.
king of Dracour doesn't know.
Oh, this reminds me of Ragyo
He gritted his
from
teeth
Kill la
as
Kill.
her
I've
unholy
never watched Kill
cackling
la Kill.
continued. Oh, she managed to start through fits of laughter. How's little
There
Jadelyn
you
doing?
go.
I do hope you've been taking good care of her and all. Artorias
Oh, no,
was on her in an
Jade.
instant.
Oh no, Jade! Wait! Wait! Wait. Hold on. Oh god, we killed her off too! Oh no! Oh shit! Oh no, we killed Jade! Oh fuck! Oh no!
Pinning her to the wall behind her with his
Oh,
forearm
no.
pressed against her throat. You leave her out of this, he spat. She coughed, staring him directly in the eyes, taunting him until her dying breath. Temper. I guess it's to be expected when one lives as long as you have. Ashura.
Yeah, you completely missed that thing in between there when she said you completely missed the sentence in between. You were just so interested, you completely missed. It's okay. She tried her best to laugh as he pressed harder against her neck. That's all you missed. That's all you missed. It's fine. I thought it was pretty.
She let out a small squeak as he pressed harder, completely closing off her airway. He was prepared to end this once and for all. There was a distinct sound of tearing flesh as she fell to the floor, coughing and wheezing. He looked down and found a clawed hand sticking out of his chest.
Wait, no.
He coughed, covering his mouth to
You don't
stop
have
the
to do
blood
that.
from spurting out. Looking over his shoulder, he saw Kage. Her eyes were devoid of any emotion, despite the fact she had just shoved her arm through his chest. Tears were streaming down her cheeks, and she kept repeating the same phrase over and over again. Don't kill my mother. She ripped her hand out of her chest, and he fell to the floor, staining the concrete floor a deep crimson from his gaping chest wound. He coughed, gagging from the metallic liquid that kept regurgitating. Wincing, he pushed himself up into his elbow to give Ash one last irritated glare before his material form crumbled to dust. His last whisper echoed throughout the chamber as dust disappeared.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a mistake on my end. Okay. Oh, shit. Don't do that. You scared me.
Peered into the void. Monster. Ash scoffed, using the wall behind her to steady herself as she
Alright.
got to her feet.
Ugh.
Kage
Ugh.
seemed to return to her senses, her scales peeling off as life returned to her eyes. She turned to her mother. A shaky smile made its way onto her face. She looked down at her trembling, bloody hand. I did it. I saved you, Ma. She was cut off by a blade in her chest. Her eyes widened as she looked up at her mother's expressionless face. Why? She choked out, unable to stop the blood from spurting out of her mouth. Ash said nothing, instead thrusting the blade down Kage's body until it was stopped at her pelvic bone, almost slicing her in half. She tore the blade out, causing Kage to fall face first into the concrete floor. The blade dissipated in a cloud of flames as Ash turned and strolled out of the room. All Kage could hear as she lost consciousness was the sound of her mother's laughter. At some point, she thought she heard Damon too.
The disappointed face! Oh my god. I will not lie, I was in a state of horror while reading this. Oh, I apologize.
That was the last chapter. Starly, where the fuck is the next chapter?
It's out now. It's out now. It's out now. Actually, I was gonna ask if you guys wanted to read the next chapter now. We were gonna finish up this VOD, and then maybe if you guys wanted to, I could do a dramatic reading of the newest chapter. If you guys want to. Yep.
My god.
Do it? Alright.
What did your protagonist do to you, Starly?
I said it before, and I'll say it again. They did absolutely nothing wrong. I'm so sorry.
When was it last updated? I don't know. It was updated
July.
4 months ago.
July.
To be fair, Starly has said that they are dealing with some personal stuff going on right now.
This is true. I am.
That has really stressed them out. So
This is true. I am very stressed out.
it's like completely fair. I mean, I've walked away from stories before. My god, this is good. Starly, you are awesome. Like, I just want to go ahead and say, Starly, you are amazing. This is so good. This is so good. Like, honestly speaking, this reminds me of some short form content where it's like, okay, the story isn't made to be super long running. It's quick, it gets going, and it keeps up a good pace, and it is fantastic. I would love to see this as a comic. Hell, I'd love to see this get animated.
Yeah, so the thing about...
Like, legit.
The thing about this was I had always intended to publish this as a book, right? So to hear such high praise from it is honestly really nice. This is my first actual project that I've put this much time and effort into, and hearing it get such high praise, it really was nice. Like, I put it up on the internet in hopes of getting some feedback on it, and honestly, you praised it so much. I was like, aww, oh. Like, I felt so good that I ended up having to like sit down and finish chapter 7, you know, just to give you that little bit of, you know, you wanted it and now you're getting it. Alright, let me plug in my laptop. But yeah, I can't thank you enough for doing that. I just asked you to read it. I mean, I didn't ask you to read it on stream, but the fact that you did, you exposed it to some more people, and gave me quite a bit of feedback and questions, and I'm always taking these questions into account. Right? It was very nice.
Ha ha ha! Very funny, Satanagu. This is
Yeah,
this
maybe
is
I
so
should
good.
write
I
one for you.
absolutely loved it.
No, I'm kidding. I have so much shit to
Charlie,
do.
if you happen to watch the VOD for this stream, I just flat out want you to know this was good. And I love how there's still so much mystery left on. Okay, so we've learned that her mother is still alive. Her mother is a total bitch. And now we're left with question, like, who the fuck was Artorias? What was his connection to Ash? And ultimately, and now it's like we are left with the question of Kage's origins. Because Artorias seems to imply that it's impossible for Ash to have a daughter, to have a child at all. So that leads me to believe that perhaps perhaps Kage.
The fact that you pinged me and I wasn't even there is so rude. Like, come on. I know it sounds like a Fate reference, but I promise it's not. Yeah, Arceus PGM.
Kage is like some kind of homunculus?
Not a homunculus.
Or like, I guess a better term would be like a test tube baby that Ash created?
Not a test tube baby either. You have some pretty good... I was trying to get you to the stream. Yeah, well, I wasn't there, so I wasn't gonna get your ping. I like your theorizing. I'm not gonna tell you exactly what it is. You're not exactly wrong. Or no, you're not exactly right. And that aspect is super great. There are plenty of writers that give too much information and therefore it takes away the mystery and the intrigue for the rest of the story. Yeah! So I did like that, like I thought maybe it was a bit annoying, but apparently it's a good thing that I give out some new information, but then still keep a few things hidden. That was something that I really liked to do, and it was something that that was, something that I noticed when developing my writing style. Zip zap zop. But yes, you're not right. And that's all I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna tell you anything else. Your speculation is wrong. We will be getting more into Kage's backstory soon. I dropped a huge bomb at the end of chapter 7 that I hope you're looking forward to.
This is so good. Like I am yeah, we got season 1 finale. I'm already excited for season 2.
I'm sorry.
Also, did Damon and Dante somehow find them, since she says that she heard Damon's voice? And in which case, that means there's probably going to be... The next chapter is probably going to be Damon and Dante spending time searching for her. And I'm really fascinated to see how this is going to go. I am so hyped for this. Again, Starly, this is fantastic. I should leave a review.
Yes, I got your comment. And that's how I knew that you had read it on stream. And I was like, oh no, he read it on stream. So I had to come watch the VOD. I had to. So, Lord of All
I
Slots
absolutely
said
love the story.
that it gives them elfin lead vibes. I'm not saying it was rude, but like, I don't know, when people read my work out loud on stream, I don't know, I just feel a little embarrassed. So Lord of All Sloths said it gives them Elfen Lied vibes. I've actually never seen Elfen Lied. So I'm gonna take that as a compliment. Again, thank you so much for reading it, and you know, all of the feedback, the comments, the questions, and the praise. The praise. Ah. So yes, chat, you're getting your season 2. I hope you're happy. It's the power of the collective
I feel
the
kind of
power of the
bad because
collective
it's like I
unconscious.
shouldn't be mentioning that I'm a streamer in someone else's story thing, but
Nah, don't.
I feel like Starly will take it in good
I did take it in good humor. Don't mind it. I didn't mind it at all. I did not mind it at all. I thought it was pretty funny.
humor. Okay, I was wondering what the blue bar was, because sometimes comments can get stopped because of the fact that comments can be stopped due to the fact that they're moderated.
Yeah, but
and so sometimes you
posted a comment on chapter 1 though.
get a blue bar saying, "Hey, we cannot post your comment until the author has approved." So I'm kind of curious, what is something you guys have taken note from this story so far?
F by accident.
I mean exactly what I say about this. I 100% think that my favorite part of Starly's writing is that we are constantly exposed to new information about the characters, but at the same time, Starly has managed to continue the intrigue by adding in new information. And it's like, what's being revealed next? What does this mean? What's going on? And it's like your brain is just exploding in fascination. Like, I think that's my favorite part of this, and it's an incredible strength to have.
Yay! My favorite part is when you said that you were going to leave a comment on every chapter as you go, and then you just didn't. Not that that was a bad thing, I just thought it was kind of funny. Alright, I'm going to go to the bathroom and feed my cats. I think there's going to be an ad playing soon, because I have it set to run every hour. I was too excited to get to the next chapter. I kind of figured. So, get up, you know, take a walk if you've been sitting for 5 hours like I have. And I'll be back in a bit, and then we're going to read chapter 7, the final chapter that's out right now for A Tale of One Shadow. Here you go. I'm not gonna show you the words. Oh, but I did update the tags. We added fluff and angst, fluff and angst, because I forgot to add those. Everything hurts. Everything goes wrong. Why am I like this? Alright, I'll be back in a couple minutes, guys. All right, I'm back. You guys ready for this? All right, you can see the text, okay? I'm going to be concealing it so that Mr. Fox Gaming cannot read ahead. So that nobody can read ahead. Ho ho ho. We are never ready. Yeah, when it comes to me, you're never ready. Okay. Chapter 7. Still alive. It was a warm spring evening. The forest was silent except for the soft footsteps of a cloaked man making his way down the dirt path. Oh shit, you can! Oh, forgot about that part. His destination was a lonely house obscured by nature, hidden from the rest of the world. His purpose? To reconvene with an old friend. The thought of her made his chest ache. I'm just gonna turn the music down a bit. He spent the last couple of years trying to track her down while still managing his duties as ruler of Dracor, but he didn't imagine she'd go out of her way to reveal herself to him. Knowing her as he did, he suspected a trap. Scarage. He reached the clearing and was met with a cute 2-story house. All the lights in the house were on, meaning she was expecting his arrival. He strode up to the door and gave it a few quick knocks. He'd intended to settle this as peacefully as he could. He'd intended to settle this peacefully if he could. I can't read my own shit, by the way. There was some muffled yelling behind the door, something that sounded akin to, "Can you go get the door?" 30 seconds later, yes, he counted, the door creaked open and he was met with a small child. She looked like she was around 6 or 7 years old, but he couldn't really tell. She was incredibly thin and looked extremely malnourished. There were dark circles under her eyes that stood out against her pale skin. Once he finished his business with her, he'd take this child away for some proper care. His features softened as he kneeled down, so he was eye level with the young child. She reminded him of his own daughter. They had the same beautiful blue eyes. He smiled gently as she half hid herself behind the door. "Hey there, sweetheart. I'm looking for someone named Ash Stone. Is she here?" She perked up, nodding as she bounded off to go find the person in question. Another 30 seconds passed until she returned holding hands with Ash, her icy gaze piercing through him. By the grin that crawls its way onto her face as soon as she lays her eyes on him, he knows he's not here for a peaceful chat. She turns to the child. "Go get ready for bed. I'll come tuck you in after I talk with our guest." It's jumbled. How else am I supposed to convey that? Because that's the way I wrote it. The child ran off. She turned back to him, her signature sinister smirk smeared across her face. Alliteration, my friends. I love it. Well... He woke with a start, clutching his chest in pain, having sat up too fast, and momentarily forgotten the arm that was shoved through him the night before. Wincing, he managed to sit up on the soggy couch he was laying on. He observed his surroundings. It wasn't the stone interior of his castle chambers, nor any of the rundown buildings of his abandoned hometown. It was that cute two-story house in the middle of the forest. He often found himself coming back after that night. There were no police reports or media coverage on the incidents. By all accounts, it never happened. It was an isolated incident, as it should have been. But he never found the young girl's body. He wasn't sure if Ash disposed of it, but he hoped she was at peace. He hated himself for getting a child caught in the middle of their battle, at least until last night. The house was the closest place where he could rest and recover from his injuries. As soon as his body hit the soggy, dirty couch, he began to sob. It felt like a small weight was lifted off his shoulders. He already had a millennium of sins to atone for, and after what Ash insinuated the night before, he had a strong feeling about why this one particular child stuck within the depths of his mind for 15 years. He stood in front of a broken full-body mirror, removing his shirt to inspect the damage. While the wound had mostly healed, there was a massive scab on his chest, about the size of a closed fist. It still hurt like hell, but pain was just another part of living for him. He heaved a sigh, throwing his shirt back on. He had to find Ash, but after last night's scuffle, she most likely went back into hiding. He had no doubt that she would sit Kage on him if given the chance. He stepped out into the cool morning air, stretching as he heaved a sigh. He decided to do one last search before heading back to the capital. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath through the nose, concentrating on picking up Ash's scent. He ended up picking on a familiar scent from the night before. Curious, he decided to follow it. The first thing she felt was the cold, rocky terrain against her back as she lay flat on the ground. Her eyes fluttered open only to be met with a dark gray sky. The air was stale and hardly breathable. There was hardly any natural lighting, unable to break through the angry storm clouds. She managed to sit up and observe her surroundings. It was a vast yet bleak valley. The flat plains she was laying on were surrounded by tall mountains, almost like she was being trapped. There was no plant life or any indication that animals had been there in a long time. She had no idea where she was or how she even got there. She tried to recall the last thing she did, but was drawing a complete blank. The only thing she could bring to the forefront of her mind was one simple name, Kage Stone. Was that her name? Was that someone important to her? She couldn't quite remember. She started lightly knocking on her head, as if doing so would bring some sort of memory back. It didn't work. Heaving a sigh of frustration, she decided to stand up and look around. Everything looked the same at first glance, but maybe she'd be able to find some sort of clue. You never know unless you try, right? So she looked, but found nothing of interest. The mountains were too steep to climb, and the only thing around her were rocks. Big rocks, small rocks, 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 and more rocks. All the same. Even the sky was the same shade of gray. She ended up kicking a rock in frustration, and then a rock came rolling beside her as if someone had just kicked it towards her. She spun around and was met with a girl. The girl was about the same height as her, with deep blue eyes and dirty, matted blue hair. She had loose bandages around her chest and torn black shorts, but what surprised her the most were the wounds on the girl's body. She was bloodied and bruised all over her face and neck, with some severe, nasty bruising on her rib cage. There was a small hole in her right shoulder and a long, deep cut down the center of her body. She was extremely pale, except for the redness on her arms and legs that looked like a rash or a sunburn. The dark circles under her eyes and her incredibly thin stature showed that she was incredibly malnourished. She opened her mouth to ask if the girl needed any help, but no sound came out, as it was as if she forgot how to speak. The girl chuckled at her. "Man, you're pathetic." She was taken aback. The girl continued. "You keep up this innocent facade, and for what? For people to like you? For him to like you?" The girl spat the words at her. "The past 20 years have been torture for us, and you know it, and yet you still keep going." Her head began pounding the more the girl continued to scream at her. It felt like memories were coming back to her, slowly, painfully. And there goes my cat. And that night, the night that man came to the house should have been the end of us. A man with long, scruffy hair and a sorrowful smile. You managed to escape, and look where that got us. Doctors with instruments made specifically for dissecting her. You alerted our existence to outsiders. 2 young boys with auburn hair, only to cause even more sorrow. A young face drenched in crimson. You hid yourself away for 10 years, and for what? You just became an ugly reminder. His smiling face littered with the scars she gave him. A burden. His thoughtful expression teaching her how to speak. A disturbance. His uneasy expression when she showed him the snake. An annoyance. His laughter when they poked fun at his coworker's perfume choice. A pest. His racing heart when she laid beside him on that stormy night. A curse. His face twisted in anguish when he found her bleeding out on the concrete floor of an old warehouse, uncontrollable tears streaming down his face without end. He called out to her and kept calling out to her until she showed any signs of life. He yelled, begged, pleaded with her not to leave him, or maybe he was telling his brother to call an ambulance. She couldn't hear with all the ringing in her ears. She remembers giving his hand a reassuring squeeze, or at least trying to, before fully losing consciousness. Wait. She remembers? She didn't even notice falling to the ground, gripping the gray dirt as hard as she could. The ground below her was dyed a deep crimson, most likely due to the gaping wound down the center of her body. Tears streamed down her face. Those are my memories. The girl didn't respond, knowing that she wasn't talking to anyone in particular. I am Kage Stone, she said, shakily getting to her feet and staring the girl in her deep blue eyes. So who are you? You fool, she grinned. I am you. If that ain't the biggest Persona fucking reference I've ever written. Dante had never seen his brother so distressed before. The day he woke up in the hospital after the attack, he looked somber, but he didn't cry. The way he was picked on for the jagged scars lining his face, he'd laugh it off, but he didn't cry. The way their parents fought constantly, their dad so insistent on tracking her down and making her pay while their mom just wanted to put the whole damn incident behind them. He would cling to Dante in fear, trying his damnedest to calm his trembling body, but he never cried. The way they watched their dad being hauled off to prison, that's supposed to say for murdering a young girl who just happened to have dyed blue hair. The way he bit down on his quivering lower lip, hurt and betrayal written all over his face. The way he clenched his fists so hard Dante was afraid he'd accidentally draw blood whilst they witnessed the grieving parents hurl insult after insult after insult at their father as he stood on trial. But he never cried. Maybe distress wasn't quite the right word he would use to describe it. Maybe there wasn't a perfect word to describe it. Anguish, agony, grief, misery, they all seemed to apply. It didn't change the fact that Damon Rose was an absolute wreck. It had only been 10 long years. Damn, yeah. It had been 10 long years since Dante saw his brother shed a single tear. He had chosen to become a detective to keep he had chosen to become a detective and keep her out of their lives for that one purpose. He'd only ever wanted to keep his brother safe. So it took him by surprise when he actively went out of his way to save her again. Sure, he promised Damon he'd try to work on his resentful feelings towards her, but he also promised that those changes wouldn't come immediately. A decade's worth of hatred won't simply disappear in an instant. With the way that Damon collapsed to the floor in a never-ending pool of her blood, crying out her name and shaking her in a desperate yet feeble attempt to wake her despite the gaping wound down the center of her body. The way his never-ending tears and uncontrollable sobs stabbed at Dante's hardened heart. He was ready to pull his brother off of her, already convinced that he was wasting his time, energy, and breath on someone who was already gone. Until she moved. It was subtle, but she lightly squeezed Damon's hand. Damon froze. Dante froze. He whipped out his phone before Damon even turned around. And now they were at the hospital, waiting for any news regarding her condition. There were quite a lot of people, despite it being almost 3 in the morning. Some were snoozing away, some were anxiously awaiting news like the two men. There were a couple of emergencies that came in, and even a woman who went into labor in the lobby. It didn't stop Dante from eyeballing his brother as he paced around the waiting room like he'd been doing for the past half an hour. Dante was exhausted. He was certain Damon was too. They had been searching non-stop since she disappeared a little over a month ago. Dante had exhausted almost every resource at work he could muster, while Damon was out searching every nook and cranny of Ikora he could muster. Dante was almost certain it was a fruitless endeavor, until that damned snake managed to pick up on something they couldn't. Practically jumped out of Damon's arms and slithered away through the alley she was last seen in. It moved quite fast for a creature with no legs. Damon chased after it, and Dante had no choice but to follow. They eventually caught up to it, sitting outside an old warehouse building, hissing loudly. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Dante sighed heavily. He glanced down at the slightly open satchel on the seat next to him containing said snake. Damon was so insistent on bringing it with them, being her pet and all. He was sure they'd get thrown out for bringing an animal into a hospital, but the darn thing has been silenced the moment they walked in the door. Damon, he decided to break the thick silence. Damon practically jumped out of his skin. It seems he was also lost in his own thoughts. Why don't you come sit down? I doubt your anxious pacing is doing any good for anyone else here. Damon slowly glanced around at the other occupants of the waiting room before going to sit beside Dante. Why don't we head home so you can get some rest? I'm sure they'll call if anything comes up. Damon shook his head softly. I don't think I'll be able to sleep even if we did go home. Despite that, he still rested his head on Dante's shoulder, a telltale sign that he was deeply exhausted and was about to fall asleep right then and there. I might rest my eyes for a bit, though. And with that, Damon was fast asleep. Dante chuckled to himself. No matter how old they got, things never changed. Dante figured he could rest his eyes for a little, too. Excuse me? Damon's eyes fluttered open. He was met by an excruciatingly brighter waiting room and a doctor standing in front of them. He sat up immediately, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes and probably waking Dante as well. Damon and Dante rose, I presume? Yes, that's us. I have some news on the girl you brought in. His breath hitched in his throat. By this point, Dante was completely awake as well. Well, let's start off with some good news. She's alive. We were able to completely seal the wound. Damon let out a sigh of relief. It felt like a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders until... The bad news is she lost a lot of blood, and due to some complications we can't quite figure out her blood type. We don't want to risk giving her the wrong type and having her body destroy itself. So unfortunately, we're not sure how long she'll be able to live for at this moment, but I doubt it'll be for long. Damon's world came crashing down around him. His gaze dropped to the floor, and he could already feel the familiar sting of tears pricking his eyes. Wait, what about the universal blood type? He heard Dante say in a panic. Oh, negative, right? Why can't you use that? We tried some as a test. We've never seen someone react so negatively to a universal donor before. Unfortunately, she's a very strange case, and we just don't think we'll be able to save her. I'm very sorry. Dante's clenched fists fell to his sides as he heaved a frustrated sigh. Well, were all their efforts really in vain? Was it really going to end like this? Please, Damon's voice choked out, trying to ignore the tears running freely down his face as he looked up at the doctor. Can I see her, please? The doctor nodded solemnly before leading the two men down a long white hallway. They eventually stopped at what was supposedly her room. He informed them that she would be routinely checked on and to be prepared in the event that her condition becomes critical again. He also informed them to use the button to call a nurse by her bedside. Then he briskly walked away, most likely to work on his next patient, leaving the two standing in front of the door. Damon reached for the door with a sweaty, shaky hand. He found himself hesitating. Besides the night before, he hadn't seen her in weeks. He still had no idea why she disappeared in the first place. Did she just not want to see him anymore? Did Dante scare her off? But then why leave Doug behind? And how did she end up in that warehouse with those wounds? He had too many questions, and he doubted he would get the answers anytime soon. He felt Dante's hand wrap around his other hand, giving him a reassuring squeeze. Damon swallowed hard, finally finding his courage to open the door and step into the room. They were met with the strong smell of disinfectant and hand sanitizer. It made him want to gag, but it only served as a temporary distraction from the girl on the hospital bed. She was so pale, so deathly pale, unbearably thin too. She was hooked up to a multitude of machines, most likely the only things keeping her alive. Her breathing was very shallow, despite the breathing tube sticking out of her mouth. Her heart rate monitor displayed a rapid heartbeat at 120 BPM, a far cry from what it was when they found her, but still not good. She measured at 150 on the ambulance ride over. She looked so fragile. He'd never seen her like that before. She was always so strong and curious and brave and funny and cool and interesting and snarky and fearsome and beautiful and alive. Why aren't my... pretty sure I italicized that. I don't know why my italicized aren't italicizing. He found himself pulling up a chair to sit beside her. He reached out, his shaky hands grabbing hers. She was so cold. He rested his head on her hand, unable to stop the tears from escaping his heavy eyes. Please, he hiccuped. Don't leave me. Not yet. Dante found himself unable to watch, so he slipped out of the room. Dante sat in the waiting room, resting his head on his intertwined fingers. Ever since that day, 10 years ago, Damon had this fascination with her. He would never outwardly state it, but Dante could see it in his eyes when he would stare off into space or when they passed by the dirt path on the highway. It irked Dante to his very core. But now he wasn't so sure. The way Damon restlessly searched for her during the months she was missing, the endless tears once they found her, his insistence to see her one last time before her inevitable demise. Dante wasn't a moron. Even he could tell his brother was in love with her. He sighed deeply. It all made sense. Damon told him it started out innocently. He just wanted to talk to her, get to know her better. He wanted to know what she was and why she did all those terrible things. But as time went on, Dante guesses they just happened to form a genuine connection. He noticed the spark in Damon's eyes as he talked about her during that grueling month. Excuse me. Dante was startled out of his thoughts by a soft voice. We might disagree on that moron comment, Dante. Rip. Rip Dante, dude. Dante was startled out of his thoughts by a soft voice. He looked up to find a man who looked not much older than himself. He would have thought the man was another doctor giving him an update on Kage's condition, if not for the tattered cloak he had draped over his shoulder. That should be shoulders. He had long, scruffy hair pulled into a ponytail. He had large bags under his deep onyx eyes. He looked so tired. Yes, how can I help you? The man looked to his left and then his right, as if making sure no one was listening on their conversation before responding in a hushed tone. You were at the warehouse last night, yes? Dante's eyes widened, and he instinctively reached for the pistol resting on his belt, or in his belt. That should be on his belt. Maybe. I don't know. Resting in his belt, on it. Yeah, we're gonna say on his belt. He thought that, excluding Kage, there were no survivors. Who was this man? Was he here to kill them? Who are you? He managed to spit out, gripping the handle of his gun for comfort. The man sighed. Look, I'm just looking for Kage Stone. If she's here, can you please escort me to her? Dante gritted his teeth. This should be italicized. Why is this not italicized? No way in hell. Not while Damon is still in there. Who are you? He asked again, a little more forceful this time. He slumped his shoulders, letting an annoyed sigh escape his lips. He seemed to mull over his options for a few seconds before giving in. Asher and Knox. He looked around them again before adding in a whisper, you might be more familiar with the name Artorius Valencia, though. Dante narrowed his eyes. Artorius Valencia? As in King Artorius Valencia? It was hard to believe the renowned ruler of Dracourt would pay an unannounced visit to their humble merchant city, much less be looking for Kage of all people. He tried to hold back a scoff. Impersonating royalty is a crime, sir. Dante stood up, staring the man dead in the eyes. He sort of wished he brought his handcuffs with him. The man blinked, confused. Heaving yet another long sigh, he reached into his cloak, pulling out what looked like a medallion and handing it to Dante. Dante took a long look at the medallion. It was heavy for such a small thing, made of pure gold with a decal of a dragon breathing fire on the front. He flipped it over and his stomach dropped. The name Artorius Valencia was inscribed on the back along with the number 1199. Dante slowly looked back up at him. Oh God, that's King Artorius. And I just threatened to arrest him. He thought his heart was going to stop right then and there. Ah! Artorius' hand flew up to cover his mouth. Please don't shout. No one needs to know I'm here, please. Dante swallowed hard, nodding under the man's hand. He slowly removed his hand from Dante's face, retrieving his medallion and clipping it back on the underside of his cloak. So, how can I help you? Asher is fine. He gulped. Even though Asher's face remained neutral, that didn't stop Dante from almost peeing his pants out of fear. He did just threaten the ruler of their land, albeit accidentally. He wondered if he was doing it on purpose. So you know where Kage Stone is? Yes, sir. He saluted the man on pure instinct, his face flushing with embarrassment as he did so. Follow me. They walked down the hallway in silence. Ashura was looking nowhere in particular, but Dante was looking anywhere but at Ashura. If Ashura noticed he was sweating buckets, he certainly didn't mention it. Way to make a good first impression on the king, idiot. He was so lost in his nerves that they almost passed her room, with Ashura being the one to stop him. How he knew that was her room, Dante was almost afraid to ask. Ashura swung open the door, startling poor Damon, who was still sitting at her bedside. In his panic, Dante completely forgot about Damon being there. Damon eyed the man suspiciously as he slowly approached her bed. Dante skirted around the room to him before he could say anything he would regret later. Oh, good job, Dante. We finally agree on something. Who is that? He whispered to his brother, the sadness still present in his tired voice. Dante scratched the back of his head nervously, which in turn made Damon nervous. That's King Artorias? Ashura, if you wouldn't mind. His calm voice rang out, startling the two boys and almost making Dante jump right out of his skin. Dante tried taking deep breaths to calm his racing heart as Damon stood up, walking over to Ashura, who hadn't taken his eyes off her since he walked in the door. Excuse me, sir? The man grunted in affirmation, and Damon licked his dry lips before continuing. What's your connection to Kage? He heard Dante choke on the air behind him, but he tried not to let that deter him. He needed to know. Who is she? Yes. Yes. Ashura sucked in a deep breath and then released it, allowing himself to relax just a little. I don't have any conclusive evidence just yet. He started, finally peeling his eyes off her to look at Damon for the first time since entering the room. But I think she might be my daughter. That's the end of the chapter. That's the point, Mom! Sorry, Mom. Stop it, you stupid microphone. Okay, a couple of notes here, actually. First off, huge shout out to FG Rolls. You know who you are. Yes, Ashura has two different names. Artorias is his ruler title for spoiler reasons. And Ashura is his casual name for more spoiler reasons. You're free to call him whichever title you prefer, but just know he prefers to go by Ashura, which is definitely not my preference or anything. Finally, Fox is reading the notes! And then, yeah, I'm going through some pretty big changes in life right now. So I don't know when I'll have the time to be updating how much motivation I'm going to have, how much time I'm going to have. But I have... In your head, okay. But I have fans now, and I don't want to disappoint them, so I'll do my best. I guess I'll do my best. If it makes you feel better, I've gotten the start of Chapter 8. I've gotten Chapter 8 a little bit started. So, what'd you think? How was that for a cliffhanger, chat? My mom hates it. She hates cliffhangers. Alright. Which, on that note, I'm not surprised you enjoyed writing Ash. Villains are always fun to write. They are. Very fun to write. Let's see here. Alright. Well, that's gonna be the end of today's stream then. I hope you guys enjoyed. I had a blast going through Fox's VOD, and giving you all my thoughts on it, answering the questions, laughing at your comments, your funny comments. If you haven't done so, please go drop Fox a follow. Because I love the chapter and waiting to see Dante freak out thinking, shit, I almost killed a princess. Oh, yeah. Oh, I love it. I love it. Please go check out FG Rolls. Yeah, you were a legend, and thank you so much for doing that. Yeah. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. We're gonna be doing SMT5 tomorrow. I was supposed to do it today, but I really wanted to do this today, so we're gonna be doing SMT5 tomorrow. And I think we'll do a Fago stream this week because I need to catch up on stuff. So yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. It's always a blast. And I'm so happy that Fox, you like my writing so much that you decided to do that stream. It really means the world to me. Thank you so much. All right, I will catch you guys tomorrow. Have a good rest of your night, everyone. I'm gonna go cry, probably. No, I'm not gonna go cry. I'm gonna go have some dinner, actually. All right, have a good rest of your day, everyone. See you later.